Dr. Shahid Rafiq was my chair and I was co-chair with him, who's present here today. And then before him, Dr. Babar Rao was the chair for APPNA Merit, who's also present here. So we have the whole lineage and all bloodline here for APPNA Merit. Our goal is to see where can we contribute bringing in new ideas. Who's present here today, and then before him, Dr. Babar Rao was the chair for APPNA Merit, who's also present here. So we have the whole lineage and all bloodline here for APPNA Merit. Our goal is to see where can we contribute bringing in new ideas. Who's present here today, and then before him, Dr. Babar Rao was the chair for APPNA Merit, who's also present here. So we have the whole lineage and all bloodline here for APPNA Merit. Our goal is to see where can we contribute bringing in new ideas. Who's present here today, and then before him, Dr. Babar Rao was the chair for APPNA Merit, who's also present here. So we have the whole and lead the way, because this is still an unexplored area, unexplored territory. And then the third session towards the end of the day will be on clinical trials, multi-center international clinical trials, vaccine and biologics development. The way we have structured all these three sessions is that we'll have very brief presentation to begin with, and then the third session, 10 to 15 minute, 20 minute will be or shorter trials to set you a stage, to give you an idea of what's going on in Pakistan. And we very carefully chose those two speakers who could really summarize the area for you on what is going on in Pakistan in this area at the cutting edge. But then we want to spend most of the time in each session discussing among ourselves, but also with you guys, on what questions come to your mind, how can you get started, how can you learn more about it, how can you contribute, how can you be part of it. So if you thought just passing the medical school will be all that's needed to be successful in the world, then think again. Medical school probably is minimum. Once you've entered the medical school, the whole idea of passing medical school should be behind you. So the idea should be, what next? What else can I do after medical school to make myself successful, a leader, and really desirable in the market? So, I encourage all of you to participate in those Q&A. No question is too dumb, only answers are dumb. So you can ask any question that you want. We will request all of you to write your question on a piece of paper and pass it along to the organizers so that it can come to me. And that way I can try to lump up multiple questions together and try to cover as many questions as I can in each session. So I'll be moderating the first session, but then other moderators will do that the same for the next session. So let me start with the first session. Let me start by introducing myself. I am Danish Bhatti. I'm a movement disorders neurologist. I'm associate professor and director of Parkinson's disease program at University of Nebraska Medical Center. I'm also the director of international neurology program, visiting scholars and observership program I'm the Associate Program Director for our Fellowship in Movement Disorder and the Curriculum Director for our residents. I also work with APPNA, as I mentioned earlier. I'm the Chair for Merit for this year. And I'm really delighted for conducting and moderating this first session on biomedical devices, research and collaboration. So let me first invite our panelists to take the stage with us if they're available here, because I think they have a way to watch the presentation from up here. So it should be fine. Let me first invite our first panelist before I invite our speakers. Our first panelist is Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali, who's a CEO of Innovative Health Technologies, the first cardiac stent in Pakistan. First cardiac stent in Pakistan, amazing technology, and is doing wonderful work and truly a leader and trailblazer in his field. So Murtaza, please have a seat. Thank you for coming. Our next panelist on the stage will be our very own Professor Babar Rao, who is ex-chairman and professor of dermatology in Rutgers. And he is also the CEO and founder of an electronic medical record company, among many other ventures that he does. Our next panelist will be Dr. Shahid Rafiq, who is the chair of Society of Physician Entrepreneurs Pakistan, another Rawalian, a trailblazer, and a force behind APPNA Merit. Our next panelist on the stage will be Mr. Akbar Alana of Olson's Group, which is precision device manufacturing, providing parts to aeronautical industry all over the world, including France. Really, really amazing work. And let me invite and see if I have available, sorry, I have not had time to introduce, to Mr. Zafar Hashmi from B. Braun. Is Mr. Zafar Hashmi available in the audience? Or any representative of Mr. Zafar Hashmi? Okay. Next panelist, again, let me check. I'm not sure if it's here, is Mr. Shahid Manzoor, Director of Medical Technologies Division in Boston Scientific. Is Mr. Shahid Manzoor here? All right, let me move on. And then next one on my list is Mr. Zafar Mahmood, CEO Global Marketing of Lab Diagnosis Systems and Visol. Is Mr. Zafar Mahmood here? All right. So with that, let me move on to our first presentation. So, I am really, really fortunate and lucky to have connected with these two amazing gentlemen who will be our speakers for this first session. The amount of work they're doing is impressive globally. Even in North America, I have not come across anyone doing such an amazing work. And they are really part of these large networks in Pakistan that I found out about this year. And I was really, really impressed. So I don't know how many of you know that for the last few years, there have been a whole chain of national centers established in Pakistan with some really, really amazing people leading different labs within those national centers. So the first speaker here is Dr. Hassan Sajid. And Dr. Hassan Sajid is representing National Center for Artificial Intelligence. His lab is based at NUST, and he is doing work on artificial intelligence, both at NUST and on international collaboration. And he will be introducing to you some of his work of AI in healthcare. So Dr. Hassan Sajid, please go ahead and take the stage.
All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So myself, thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'll represent the National Center for Artificial Intelligence. Myself, I'm Dr. Hassan. I have multiple associations. I'm a head of department for robotics and AI. Then I am scientific director at National Center for Artificial Intelligence. And I'm also the CTO, and I look after the AI initiatives for one of the biggest hematopathology labs in US. So this is the quick and brief background about myself. And since we have time, so I'll be short and this is the breakdown of the presentation. I'll spend about 20 minutes with 5 minutes on the introduction for NCI and some of the healthcare projects that we are doing here in Pakistan as well as in the North America. All right. And then I'll just summarize in the conclusion. So let's move with the NCAI introduction because most of you are new. So National Center of Artificial Intelligence is one of the key initiatives taken by Higher Education Commission in Pakistan. There are other 4 centers, but this center focuses on artificial intelligence. This is the mission and vision. And of course, there are some certain key components that the center is looking at. Its main goal is to help the AI industry establish and grow. This is one of the key things. Then along the lines at the international level, but addressing the local issues. So this is one of the key things. This is the structure of NCA. NCA is being, the NCA Secretariat is at NUST, the headquarters at NUST. It's a consortium of many labs across Pakistan. So it's not at one place. The headquarters at NUST. We have some couple of labs at NUST. Couple of labs are at ComStats, University Islamabad, then NED UET Labs, UET Peshawar, UET Lahore, and Punjab University. The center is looked after by the National Steering Committee, and we have members from different organizations in Pakistan, which is then looked after by Scientific, Industrial, and Advisory Board with experts from abroad as well. So this is a brief about the structure, how NCA operates. This is the spread of the National Center of Artificial Intelligence. As you can see on the right, it's at different parts. So starting from the northern part, that is Peshawar, then Islamabad, Lahore, and Karachi. The labs are spread out in different parts of Pakistan. So it represents, the center is not solely based off to one institute. It's rather spread out to the whole country. And the goal is to unify and establish an artificial intelligence center so we can spread out the applications and the technology to different areas. Moving on, these are the 4 key objectives. Of course, building national capacity, addressing the local problems, and commercializing the technological solutions that are being invented at the center. Partnership between academia and industry. There's a big gap here in Pakistan, especially, but generally, if we see North America or other developed world, there's a lot of development as well as integration between the 2 units. And last is development advanced workforce in AI. And I think this workshop is one of the efforts where we want to bring artificial intelligence for medical community. These are the focus areas. These are quite broad, as you can see, starting from surveillance, then navigation and mobility, agriculture, traffic management, mineral resource extraction, crime detection. So the areas are quite broad. But today I will more focus on the healthcare interventions that are going on and the activities that are being going on. And I have chosen quite a few of them, not all of them due to the time limit. So let's dive into some of the applications or healthcare that we are working on. So I think let's start with morphology. So generally morphology is at a higher level at a cell or a tissue level, whereas the cytogenetics is more in towards the nucleus or inside the nucleus. So we'll talk about these applications that we are working on, and we have collaboration. So morphology. So this is a morphology AI application that we are working on, and it's under FDA approval, by the way. So we have already gone through the lab developed test. So the goal is, since we have different type of specimens coming into the lab that are peripheral blood or bone marrow, the goal is to pick up the abnormalities, different type of cells that are present in the slide. So instead of we want to automate the manual work which is being done in the labs, in the hospitals, and other parts. So as you can see, so we are developing a cloud-based application in which you can upload the slides or smears from any source coming from a scanner or a microscope or a technician working in a lab. And once these are uploaded into the cloud, it can automatically pick up all type of abnormalities as well as cells that are present in these slides. So moving on, this is the algorithm that we have developed. As you can see, on the leftmost, we have the a manually or a automated captured. So this is the tail end of the slide that is being captured. Then the AI algorithm picks up the areas that are very, very important, especially at the tail of the slide. So once we pick up different viable patches are those patches in which there is a lot of information about the cells, and the cells are clear enough to be seen under the microscope. Then the second algorithm picks up the different type of white blood cell, red blood cells, and the platelets. Once we have detected all type of cells in different parts of this whole slide image or the images that we have, it can then populate and perform the cell analysis. So 100 cell differential is a very common test that take place in all the labs to do some initial screening. So we are automating this process so that the physicians and the technicians can spend their time and add more value in the tasks that are more complicated rather than doing the repetitive work. So that is the goal of the project. And this is currently, these are around 56 different type of classes that we are focusing, since we are more focused on hematopathology. So we are more focused on the white blood cells. So this, this is quite, easy to see that maybe it's very easy and you can get the data and then you can train the AI models and it can learn. But there are a lot of challenges, and the point I want to highlight is there's a lot of integration is required between the medical community as well as the AI. And as you can see, we have support from the physicians. That's why we were able to do that. Whereas I will highlight some of the challenges, issues that do arise, and that's why we need collaboration with the medical community. So first of all, let me show you the data that we collected. Data is the key, and without data, AI cannot work. And this is where the physicians come in. They have to label, provide us the domain knowledge, and then only then we can create models that are workable and deployable in the real world environments. So these are some of the, just pictorial representations of substandard staining and smearing. This is wet lab work, which needs to be standardized. Otherwise, AI would fail. So this is one of the, limitations that we need to maintain a quality of data. So I'll just flash in the interest of time. These are peripheral blood slides, as you can see. Again, then I'll switch to variations. There are two types of variations, stain variations as well as optical. And by stain, I mean Gimza stain or Abbott. There are different types of stain manufacturing companies that come. So the quality varies, the picture changes. And that's a key thing that needs to be encountered for AI algorithms to work. Whereas the optical are based on the devices. We capture images from one device and we capture images from the other device. There is certain variation involved in between. So let me show you some, so you can see this is the same stain, but applied to the slides in 5 different labs. And you can see the variations in the appearance of all the cells that we can see. So we need to develop algorithms that are stain invariant. So these are the real world issues that come along. And then data distribution is very, very important. All the cells are in certain so we might get data, but cell much more than the other. Of course. And so as you can see, the picture count is around in this case 400,000, about 400,000, whereas some of the cells are even less than 1,000. So how do we go about this issue that we have less number of data for certain type of problem, whereas more for the other? And AI requires much more data to train itself. So it might perform weak in certain areas, whereas good in other areas. So this is another issue that we need to cater. And so these are some practical issues. I'll go on the last point of this medical concordance. There is some sort of variation even among the pathologists. And this was encountered while we were developing this project. And how did we encounter that? That I will summarize in the end, but I'll show you some of the issues. So when we got the data annotated from the medical experts and the experts, so you can see there were some variations. The center column shows you the wrong annotations that were done by the experts, but we found out some of the problems. So I'll just flash them over here to show you how things go about. And so how did we encounter this issue? So once we went through the first cycle of this problem, we came up with a framework that made sure that the data that is coming in is of high quality. So there were two things that we did. Number one, each of the slide and cells were to be reviewed by multiple experts or supervisors starting at different tiers, technicians, mid-tier, and experts. This is one thing. So we had a review from multiple people rather than only one person annotating the data. And second is blind review. So that they cannot collaborate by blind review, we made sure that the quality of the data that is coming for the AI to get feed in is of highest quality, and it is through the majority coming in. So this is the framework that we laid out. I'll show you some of the results. On the right side, you have the ground truth that were labeled by the experts. On the left, you have the AI algorithm working and identifying the cells. Okay. So these are just samples. I'll try to wrap up. Just flashing the results. We are at about 95% accuracy at this point, and we are trying to push the curve furthermore. So I'll skip these two. These are similar results. Cytogenetics, I'll quickly. Cytogenetics is the part where you go into the nucleus and perform analysis at a chromosome at a genetic level. So you determine the genetic abnormalities. So karyotyping is at the chromosome level, whereas for the FISH test, you go inside at a certain location of the chromosome that is a certain gene. You target a certain gene. So karyotyping. So on the left, you have an image of the nucleus, and you can see the metaphase. And the goal is to go from this image, which can be seen under the microscope, to this karyogram. And it takes on average 60 to 90 minutes. There are certain steps involved: segmentation of all the chromosomes, slicing the chromosomes, then classification. Classification means that this certain chromosome belongs to which pair. There are 23 pairs of the chromosomes. And then abnormality, it can be structural or as well as numerical. And then interpretation. We reduced this 60 to 90 minutes to under 5 minutes. So now, important. So there's a lot of value addition in terms of, because there is less number of experts now. So we need, and the patients are increasing. So we need to have some way so that we can increase the throughput. And this is a sample report. So we are trying to generate the report as well automatically. And you can see it's more towards the natural language processing, which is one of the subfields of AI. So this is another project. Then I'll talk about the FISH project. FISH, this is inside the nucleus where you are focusing on certain, and this is the image that a general technician or a physician looks under the microscope. And he has to look at the different signals that you can see. Some of them are green and some of them are red. He has to count these patterns, and based on these patterns, he or she can tell whether it's an abnormal case, whether it's a leukemia, lymphoma, and other type of cancers. This is also very laborious. It takes about 45 minutes for a single case. So we developed an application which reduced this time to under 15 minutes. Now we can perform the same thing under 15 minutes. And we did not require any fancy hardware. We just put a camera on top of that and came up with an AI algorithm. There are 4 AI algorithms involved with it. So this is the pipeline, but in the interest of time, I'll go very quickly. So you see the image, you segment out the good and the bad nucleus, then you have the informative cells, and then you do the enhanced nuclei, and then the report is generated. This is the application that is currently being used in the lab, in one of the North American labs. And it also comes with challenges that we went through while we were developing this application. So concluding, there's a lot of domain knowledge gap between the medical and AI community. Both the parties need to sit down and spend some time together. This is a very common thing that has to be done. AI models have limitations. They need to be understood by the medical community. So that's important to manage the expectations. Currently there is resistance to adoption. And one of the key things is that whenever if the technical community develops the algorithms or the solution in a silo, then it does not fit into the clinical workflow. And that, becomes a problem. AI is seen as a replacement rather than assistance and augmentation. This is another misconception. It's more toward assistance where it can offload a lot of repetitive work. One of the key things I would like to highlight is there's a big gap between proof of concept and the commercial product. Proof of concept takes about 3 to 6 months, whereas a commercial product which requires regulatory approval and all those things, it's a 3 to 5 year process. So we need to be aware of these practical things. Explainability, AI models have that are being developed are more explainable. So they want to talk to the physicians that, okay, I have done this diagnosis, but for reason A, B, and C. So this is what we call as explainable AI. And data is the key. There are a lot of things in lab is very different, but real world variations are too much. As I gave you example of stain variations, same stain, different labs, different outcome. So that's why producing good quality data is the key to success for any AI product. Biasness is another issue. As I showed you, certain type of cells are much more, and we have gone through the biasness issue in other applications as well. For example, in North America, Caucasian and Black Americans. So these are way forward would be strong collaboration between the medical community as well as the technical or AI community. Capacity building, and this is one of the initiatives by the APPNA merit. Policy making at a national level, data needs to be made public, especially the public institute need to make the data public. And lastly is commercialization. We need to add value to the economy by commercializing the products that we are making, not only for the sake of research. That has value, but we need to commercialize the technology that is being developed. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan Sajid, for such a wonderful presentation. So, as you saw, this was one mode of application for AI, which is image analysis. And if you think about it, there's so many images. EKG is an image. It's just an image pattern analysis. Chest X-rays and MRIs and CT scans are image. If you look at a rash, it's an image. If you look someone for a tremor, that's an image. It's a series of images that we call a video. So, and that's just image analysis. And that's just one element of AI in healthcare, and so much else can be done. But let me tell you the most important reason why you should be excited about AI and want to do this is because when you are applying for residency and you have an AI project on your resume, you will immediately become the most interesting candidate on the application for that day. You are so far ahead of the curve. Even still, 99.99% of applications that we see, they're doing traditional work. The incidence and prevalence and this and that. Nobody cares about that kind of data anymore. Google can do that for us. So but if you have a project on artificial intelligence on your resume, wherever you go, imagine how appealing you would be and how overqualified you will be compared to your group and peers. So don't take it easy. That's a really golden ticket for you to be involved in an artificial intelligence project related to your field. So we will take questions after our second speaker. If you have any questions, please write them down on a piece of paper, hand them over to the organizers so that they can make it to me, and I can group them together and ask those questions more efficiently. Let me proceed with our second speaker for the day. It's my pleasure and honor to invite Dr. Umar Shehbaz. Dr. Umar Shehbaz is the chairman of the other national center, which is National Center on Robotics and Automation. And these people here are representing these national centers, which have more than 10 labs involved in their center. So they are really speaking on behalf of a large consortium of experts doing these kind of work, and you should not take them lightly. And they're just trying to condense things that they can present in a small amount. So Dr. Umar Shehbaz you're invited to come on and take the stage and give us an idea about robotics and automation.
Thank you, Danish. Okay, so let me just see if this is working. Yeah. All right, so thank you for the introduction. So personally, I belong to NUST. I am from College of EME, the Department of Mechatronics Engineering. I was the head of department from 2015 till 2020, and since 2018, I've been looking after the center, which is the National Center of Robotics and Automation. So yes, I do realize we are a bit short on time. Usually my presentation is about an hour, so I have to squeeze it within 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll be going a bit fast. But the actual requirement is for you to see the type of work that we are doing. And then if you have any Q&As, or if you're interested to know more about these projects, you can always get in touch. So obviously I'll be explaining my center a bit. Uh, Robotics and automation doesn't only cover, healthcare. So we've got a broad domain. I'll just, quickly be showing you that as well. And then we're going to talk about specifically about the biomedical products of our center. So if you talk about robotics, it's basically an interdisciplinary research area. So it's a combination of engineering, like, you've got mechanical, you've got electronics, you've got programming, you put them all together to construct a robot. And automation is something that's assisting the human being so that there's minimum intervention. There are many applications of robotics. So for example, you have them in outer space, like, the Mars rovers, you have them in toys, you have them in household appliances, like the top left one is a Roomba robot, which can actually vacuum your carpet for you. And you also have them in the military and the medical industry as well. So let's talk about a bit of the future. Now, in 2007, the Ministry of Information and Communication of South Korea, they said that by 2018, robots will be carrying out maximum surgeries. So even though robots are not carrying out maximum surgeries, however, you would be aware of the Da Vinci robot, that the picture that you can see now. This robot is operated by a surgeon, but it can actually perform surgeries. If you're performing a surgery yourself, you have to make a big incision, but by appliances like these, you can just make a small incision, a probe can go in, it will have the dexterity to, go to different parts of the body, and it can also give you visual feedback. Similarly, on the right-hand side, there was another prediction by NIST Japan that in 2019, 2021, nanorobots will be curing diseases. Now, we don't see it at the moment, but a couple of years back, I met somebody who was doing research in an area in which they were inserting nanorobots, and they were actually controlling them through magnets outside the body to take them to a specific part of the body. So the total global market of robotics is expected to reach 66.9 billion by 2025. But what's important are these color configurations that you can see. So in the past, they were more focused on the industrial and military robotics, but now their focus is shifting to personal and commercial robotics, along with the the military and the industrial robotics. Most of the robotics shares, if you look at the stock companies, is within US and Japan. Pakistan is nowhere to be seen because we have our own challenges. And the challenges of Pakistan are indigenization. We want to transform our own ideas into products. We want to support the local industry, and we want to give them the HR so that, we could excel in this emerging field of robotics. So in that context, the National Center of Robotics and Automation was made in 2018. It's part of 4 centers, and out of these 4 centers, 2 centers are established in us. Dr. Hassan is from NCAI, and I'm looking after the National Center of Robotics and Automation. It's 1.295 billion rupees project. We have 11 labs in 13 universities across Pakistan. So we've got presence in all the 4 provinces and AJK. So before I go to the biomedical applications that we have developed, I'm just going to quickly show you the type of work that our labs have done. So we have one of our lab is basically a manufacturing facility. When it comes to robotics, whatever design you have developed, you need to have a prototype developed for it. So this particular facility has different fabrication options, which can be used to develop a prototype. The next lab is the ITU lab. So I just hope these videos work, or they're not working because it's not my system. So if you could click on the top one, if that's working, video agar chalti hai to chala le. But anyways, I'll just tell you what it is. Nahin, okay, just leave the video. Okay, I had a feeling this problem is going to happen. Anyways, the Industrial Automation Lab is working in the domain of automation. So they've developed different types of sensors. One of the sensors which is in the video can actually monitor the pollution content in the air. So you can, gather this information, and, you can then apply applications that could improve on it. Besides that, they're working in different areas. For example, they've automated different industries. They've developed their own sensors. This automatic cone that you can see on the left-hand side, this can measure the level of water when it rains. So, it can automatically inform the authorities that, okay, this area needs, drainage and stuff like that. They're working in Lahore with WASA as well, in which they've automated the tube well systems. MEMS stands for micro electromechanical systems. So basically these sensors which are at micro level, they are developed using MEMS technology. Now, this particular lab, it's a designing facility where you can actually design those centers here in Pakistan. We don't have a fabrication facility, it's still getting done from abroad, but the designing and testing is being done here in Pakistan. The agriculture robotics lab in LUMS is working in the agriculture domain. So you can collect different soil data and, you know, you can use that data. We have a UAV dependability that's working with camera. So the different types of UAVs, we got fixed things, road tree. So they're working on the hardware and software of these type of systems. Then we've got the Swarm Robotics Lab. Again, this is a video, don't know if it plays, but Swarm means when you have a number of robots and they communicate with each other to perform certain tasks. So when you're talking about maybe nano robots in the future, it would be a swarm where they have to communicate with you and with each other. So this particular lab, at the moment, we have developed our own small STEM kits where you have the small robot, they would work as part of a swarm. Then we have the control in automotive lab. The middle one is a video, don't know if it plays, but they're working in the automotive sector, and they've already developed this yellow car that you can see. It's an automotive, it's an autonomous car. So it's a driverless car. So you'll have two passengers, but it can take you from one point to another. Another application which can be seen in the video, थोड़ा सा हम इस पे आगे चलते हैं तो they've developed an industrial loader. So obviously competing with Google car and, you know, Tesla car, it's a bit far-fetched at the moment because of the circumstances we have here. But, you know, in a closed environment where you have in industry and you have these large warehouses in which you want to take stuff from one point to another, you can use this sort of autonomous loaders. So it carries a load of 450 kg and autonomously can go from one point to another. Going onwards, the Agri Advanced Robotics Lab at UAT Peshawar, they are working on the Agri side, and they're also working towards the prosthesis and, you know, knee development section. Now I'll come to the biomedical aspect of our labs. So the Human-Centered Robotics Lab, it's at Lahore, at UAT Lahore. They're working on these various areas which are all biorelated. So in prosthesis, orthosis, exoskeleton, and they're also developing cobots. In ankle, foot, and knee prosthesis, they've developed these type of prosthesis. As you can see, they're semi-active ankle feet. So obviously they have some sort of a motor installed which is controlled, and they can carry a load of up to 80 kgs. The two motions that are mentioned are 45 and 25 degrees. They have some sensors installed, like the IMU mentioned over here, that can, you know, gather information and send it back to you. Similarly, there's another knee joint that has been developed. It's a mechanical knee. Again, it can carry a load of 80 kgs, and the range of motion is, you know, to 0 to 110 degrees. The knee bending, that's from 0 to 110 degrees. The UCP lab, which is the second part of this particular lab. The first project that they've done is gait face detection system. So when you have amputation, what you want to do is you want to match your motion with a real person's motion, right? And if he's using some sort of an amputation, so first of all, you need to correct data. So in this project, they have actually developed sensors which can acquire this information of your gait while you're walking. And then again, for those who have suffered from polio, they've also developed this particular device. So it's a sort of an exoskeleton which you can wear. It's purely mechanical in nature, and it assists the patient in walking. So they've already tested it on a polio patient as well. The Robot Design and Development Lab, it's at NUST EME College. So Dr. Mohsin is the lead on it. This particular lab is working in 3 various domains. So we've got the domains of the unmanned ground vehicles, where we have these robots. You can actually control them. They're big robots. You can have guns mounted on them, or any put a tray on them, and they can be used in a hospital to go from one point to another. We are also working in the agri robotics section, in which you are using drones for spraying applications, but more importantly, you are working also in the biomedical domain. And in the biomedical domain, there are a number of projects. So again, if you could just play these 2 videos. So this one is an upper limb prosthetic device. Okay, if you go up, okay, right. So as you can see, the patient that we have, he's got a double arm amputation, one near the elbow and the other near the shoulder. So the one that is near the elbow, he actually wore the device himself. And now through myoelectric signals, so when your muscles contracts and releases, it emits some sort of signals, right? The same signals when you acquire for your heart, you get that ECG. The same signals when you acquire for your brain, you get your EEG signals. So these are myoelectric signals in which we have sensors installed on his muscles, and he can actuate this arm through it. At the moment, through the project, we had installed it to 3 patients, which was free, but now it's also a commercial product. The final version of it we are doing this project in collaboration with AFIRM, and 2 patients of WAPDA, they recently installed this arm from us, and a third one is already in the pipeline. So going forward, again, if this video can be played. So this one is an orthotic insole in which, well, we have a setup of 3D printers. And, you can actually design these type of soles for patients if you have if you diabetic problems or you're heavyweight. Sometimes, when you're walking, you have pain at the bottom of your feet. So we have these sort of soles which can be customized for you. And obviously, as per the design, we can take pressure off those sections where you're feeling pain. So it can actually help you in minimizing the pain that you have. Going forward, if this video can be played. So again, we made another small device, which is a portable bed recliner. So it's basically a very simple concept, but you can just install it. Many a times there are patients who are old or have terminal disease, they can't move. So if somebody have to assist them, it's difficult to actually get the whole hospital bed, which is automated, but you can just simply install this device underneath your mattress, and then you can control it through a wireless system. So it can go up and it can go down, but more importantly, it's portable. Say for example, you want to take your elderly to certain place, you can't take the bed along. Even if you have a bed at home, just put this in your trunk, and you can go there and install it underneath the bed. So this is another device that we made. Going forward, this is a UV light air purifier. So it's basically a container which has UV light. You have air flowing in from one side and going out from the other, and the UV light, it basically kills the germs and the bacteria in it. This is a very interesting project. It's still in the prototype phase, but it's a digital otoscope. So it's basically, if you want to look into the air of the patient, so usually you use that small device, but this one would have a wider screen. It would have a camera installed. You can even take pictures, of whatever's inside, and you can use this device. So it's the first prototype has been developed, and very soon the final version is going to come out. Then again, we can also use the 3D printers to make passive feet, which can be used by amputated patients in their legs. The Haptics Human Robotics and Condition Monitoring Lab is at NED. Now they're working in different domains, but I'll focus on the two medical related products that they've made. Now, in the ICU ventilators, when the COVID struck, so all over Pakistan, people were working towards developing our own indigenous ventilators. NED Lab is one of them, in which they developed this prototype. So all over Pakistan, there were about 40 ventilators that were shortlisted, and then 6 ventilators were further shortlisted for mass production, and 2 out of them actually went into mass fabrication. Now they got shortlisted in the top 6. So even though they didn't make the top 2, but it was a good effort done by them. Another device that they've made is a smart suture tensile measurement device. It's more of a quality control device. So this that you have find force that that needle is staying. So you connect the suture to it. This applies that force gradually, and it can specifically monitor when the breakage happened, and then you can get a test report out of it as well. And finally, Dr. Usman Akram, he's not part of the center, but he's a faculty at NUS. So I wanted to share his products as well. One of them is the Hess charting system for strabismus. So it's basically, when the alignment of eyes is not straight. So the normal procedure is a bit very lengthy. You have to do it for one eye and another eye. There's a green dot and then there's a red dot. You need to coincide them. The doctor gets this measurements. Then he makes a chart like that. And then, a report, he has to develop it. What we did, we actually put a computer that can assist the doctor. So obviously, some of the processes are still manually. The doctor has to decide which light to turn on, and the patient matches it to it. But then the chart, it is generated automatically, and the report is given out automatically. There are 2 IPs for this product. It has been used in 9 hospitals in Rawalpindi, Lahore, and Karachi. Over 5,000 patients have been tested by this already. The other device is known as the Echo. It's a therapy device. It actually uses the vibrational waves for various neurological defects like, tongue dysrefia, motor speech, apraxia, facial palsy, etc. Again, there are 7 IPs filed, and this has been tested at PITC. It is recommended to draft for evaluation, and it has cleared the test of EN60601 series. And finally, it's a wearable smart epilepsy monitoring band. So it's basically a small device which is connected to your phone. And this device has certain, sensors installed in it. So basically, it monitors your muscle activity, hand movement, heart rate. And if you're having an epilepsy episode, it can actually record that. And it can even instruct through a signal or a message to somebody that you've already installed in the software. So anyways, when the COVID struck, so we did a bit of things as well at that time. Ventilator I've already talked about. We made some 3D printed, mask holders. We also made some masks ourselves. We donated them to different hospitals. We were the first one in the country that actually made a small app, which was the COVID Check Pakistan app, so that there's no load on the hospitals. So we got some information from the hospitals. You can install this app. It would, you could put your symptoms in and it would tell you if you should go to the hospital or you should not. Then later on, the main app by the government that came out, but we released our app first. Similarly, the robots that we have, the UGV that I was talking about, so we installed, the sprayer system on top of it. This type of a sprayer system is also used for dengue control. So, if you have some the campsites where there was a lot of fear, people wouldn't go there. So you can actually send a robot that could do the fumigation for you. Similarly, our drones, we also use them for purposes of spraying aerially as well. So just some other achievements of the center. Till date, we've got 75 journal publications, 69 conference. We have developed 97 million in research funding and 53 million from industrial funding. There are 16 startups from the center, 79 products and prototype we are working on, and we've trained over 1,000 professionals on through various trainings. Our national level contributions, well, they are quite in the domains of robotics and automation, not in the context of biomedical are few, but one important element is the drone technology in which we went into policy making. And then last year, 21st of December, we actually presented this policy to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and he liked it, and a go-ahead was given based on which the Civil Drone Regulatory Authority is being created. So that's also in the pipeline. So we also have contributions in that context as well. With this, I hope I haven't taken much time. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Shehbaz. So as you can see, we have some of the leaders in robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, biomedical device production here. These are very hard people to get to. So I'm really pleased and honored that I've been able to connect with them and have been able to invite them here. They were kind enough to come here from their busy work. They are highlighting some of the healthcare work they're doing, but to be honest, healthcare is a very small part of what they actually do. So I'm trying to change that and convince them to go full-fledged in healthcare, but I'm very cognizant of their time. So if you have any questions, I encourage you to write them down and give them to organizers, and hopefully they can give it to me on an ongoing basis. But I have a lot of questions of my own to start with. And if you have no question, then I can still take easily the next hour to ask them questions about what they're doing and what I would like to do with them. But let me start with some broad questions in general before I go to some specific questions. And even before I do that, let me actually invite them one by one to briefly, in 30 seconds, introduce themselves and their work to us, especially in relation to healthcare. So let me start with you, Dr. Murtaza, if you want to quickly introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali. I am from NUST University. I have a dual role at NUST. I'm also a faculty at Biomedical Engineering Department, and I'm also heading a National Center of Excellence, which has been established under the special directive of Prime Minister Office for the indigenous production of cardiovascular devices like cardiac stents and angioplasty catheters and diagnostic catheters. And recently, in the wake of COVID-19, we have also developed a ventilator which has been approved by Pakistan Engineering Council and tested by Pakistan Engineering Council. And now we are in the process of conducting its clinical trials. And we have also developed some of the some of the other respiratory products during COVID-19. And there is another center which is initiated under the support of Ministry of Science and Technology. It is for the production and development of electromedical devices, at NUST campus, and I'm also heading that center. So apart from my these R&D and production related activities, I'm also faculty at Biomedical Engineering and Sciences Department, where we've been working in biomedical implants and devices, and I'm also teaching on the postgraduate and PhD level. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Murtaza.
Over to you.
Babar, if you also want to mention some of your work in entrepreneurship that you're doing, I would love for our audience to hear that.
Yes, so for work, I'm a dermatologist and I have practices in New York, New Jersey, and California. And for my teaching and research, I'm professor at Cornell and Rutgers University. But why we're here is not for that. I'm also involved in some healthcare companies. We have our own EMR and telemedicine platform. And also I have a company we deal with non-invasive diagnostics in healthcare and artificial intelligence. Thank you.
See that if the investment can come to the projects that are already underway in Pakistan, because we didn't know, actually we absolutely had no ideas that there are so bright people already working on very cutting edge artificial intelligence, robotics, and many other solutions that we need in healthcare. So we are all learning together, and thank you for coming. Finally, I'm also from Rawalpindi Medical College, along with Dr. Babar Rao.
If you need any research funding, you can just write to Dr. Shahid Rafiq. He's looking for projects to fund. Ji Akbar sir.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Akbar Alana. I'm from Olson's group of industries in Karachi. We are a group of companies that are primarily in the manufacturing and industrial sector. We are primarily in the automotive, the aerospace, lighting, power, energy sectors. And for the past 2 years, we've been working on developing and industrializing medical devices. Like quite a few other people have already said, we've also have a ventilator project, which is in the final stages of regulatory approval. And in fact, it started clinical trials yesterday. Other than that, we've developed a CPAP device, HFNO CPAP device, which has already been approved by DRAP. It's been selling in Pakistan. We've exported to other countries, and we're looking forward to, industrializing other devices in Pakistan as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lana, for flying in from Karachi, especially for this conference. Much appreciated. Let me just quickly check our other panelists who may have joined us in the hall. If you are in the audience, let me call out your name and see if you're here and join us on the stage. Mr. Zafar Hashmi, Mr. Shahid Manzoor, and Mr. Zafar Mahmood. If any of you have made it, please come on the stage and join us. Otherwise, let me start with some questions. So I'm starting to get some audience questions, but let me start with some broad questions before we go to some of the specific with our audience, with our panelists here. So let me start with this very broad question. Think about what are the top 3 things that come to your mind that someone can do or think of, or things we can do, or things policymaker or institutions can do that will make it easier for the students, trainees, junior faculty to get started in research in healthcare and artificial intelligence, biomedical devices, or robotics. What are 3 broad things or broad changes that should happen to the education, to the institution, to the policies, to the job market, to the government, the top 3 things that come to your mind that will make it easier for any one of us here to get up in the morning and say, oh, I have an idea. Let me start working on a project in healthcare, in AI or robotics or automation, biomedical devices. I'll give you some time to think about it. I think Babar wants to go. He's always quick on this part.
I think the first thing is, it may be difficult, but they just need to find somebody who will guide them or help them. Obviously, they may not have that knowledge. And so find a mentor or call NUS. They have like 20, 30 people there who will guide you. I am out of our connection. We have started doing so many projects with them. The truth of the matter is, like NUS and other organizations sitting here, their labs are as good as MIT or Stanford. I'm doing 2 or 3 projects in Stanford, but what I'm doing with NUS, they were able to achieve in 4 months what we were trying to do. So find some place where you can be connected. So definitely find a mentor. If you can't find a mentor, go to Google, then you'll find a mentor. So I'll give you an example. Mr. Shaukat Ali is sitting here. So there is the largest health IT company, I think, in the country who's on the stock market now is MTBC. Shaukat Ali is here, he's representing them. And I'll tell you how I found him. So you cannot say I cannot find a mentor. I know this company is Pakistan based. Midnight, I'm jet lag, I'm sitting and I see who is the CEO. So I found the guy's name is Heather and he's in Jersey. So I go to LinkedIn and I send him a message. But LinkedIn say you cannot send him a message until you don't buy a premier package. So that cost $70. I bought the package and then I sent him a message that I want to talk to your company because we are here. This is what we are talking. He was nice enough. He connected to Mr. Shaukat and Mr. Shaukat is here. So basically I did my research midnight to find a person to contact. So if you cannot find a person to contact, then go to Google and find a person.
So thank you, Babar. I'll add to that. So if you think I had some special connection, that's why I got Umar and Hassan here, that's not true. I just went to their website. I saw their email addresses. I sent them an email. I said, I'm Danish. I work at APPNA Merit. We want to do this conference. Will you come? And they just replied, in 2 days. So really, the world is very small. People are kind. They will respond to you. And if you're not reaching someone, that's your fault. It's not someone else's fault. It's not that somebody needs to give you a golden or a special phone number or a WhatsApp to reach out to someone. Any other thoughts on the 3 things we can do? Umar Saab?
Okay, so the way I look at it, since I'm teaching at a university as well, both undergrad and postgrad, and if my audience is the students, so there's something known as a student mentality. You need to come out of it. And for that, first of all, you need to come out of your comfort zone. So many a times students, they are very restricted to the courses they have. पढ़ाई में बहुत अच्छे होंगे, पढ़ रहे होंगे. However, when it comes to getting out of your comfort zone, इसका मतलब ये है कि देखें, if you're talking about robotics, if you're talking about AI, it's something जो कि मेरे ख्याल से medical curriculum के अंदर नहीं पढ़ाया जा रहा. So the first thing is come out of your comfort zone. The second thing is awareness. Many of the things that you see around you, आपने शायद हमारी presentation देखी होंगे कि अच्छा ये भी हो रहा है पाकिस्तान में, शायद हमें पता ही नहीं था. Right? And whenever I give a presentation to people many a times abroad in Pakistan, and they come back to me and say, okay, we didn't know you guys were doing such good work, right? So the work is happening around you. And if the work is happening and something appeals you, all you have to do, like they suggested, get connected, right? So if we have a doctor who comes in and says, okay, I just want to, sit with your team, understand this thing, why would we say no, right? Obviously, we won't be paying you for it unless you contribute something positively, but at least for your learning, you can always come to us. And the third thing is, the world is evolving, right? And when the world is evolving, if you're smart, you need to evolve with it. Things are not conventional anymore. Me being an engineer, so in the past, there was electrical engineering and there was mechanical engineering, and mechanical was purely mechanical. They wouldn't know anything about programming or electrical, and vice versa. Now things are shifting. Mechanical engineers, they need to know about programming and coding, right? electrical need to have some sort of idea of electromechanical systems, right? So those people who have this edge and they know both these domains, they are successful. Even if I'm from mechatronics engineering, we electrical mechanical programming courses, but those engineers who graduate as good programmers have better chances of landing a good job. Which means, as a university level, there should be maybe some courses of computing, AI, robotics, could be elective if the university can do that, where students can go and do it, even if the university is not offering them. Search on the internet, there are short courses of various things that can be done, right? So you can start with basic computing skills, some CAD design course, 3 days, 5 days course, there's a nominal fee. You can go and attend those courses and learn something from it. So the learning process has to continue and it needs to evolve. That's all from my side. Thank you.
So I'll quickly list the 3 things that we're doing in APPNA Merit. Number 1, we're creating the awareness. We have been doing weekly webinars. You can go to appnamerit.com, find those webinars and join us. All of these speakers, panelists have done webinars for us. So if you have been attending those, you would already know the work they're doing months before others. And you can actually just get their contact on those webinars. We're now looking at creating an introductory course on artificial intelligence in healthcare. Professor Sarbat Hussain is here. He's leading our AI subcommittee in APPNA Merit, and he'll be creating some of those projects. And number 3, we'll start writing some papers and start publishing in journals in Pakistan on AI in healthcare. So that's what APPNA Merit will be doing. In learning and awareness, learning is all around you. In this day and age, if you're not learning something, you cannot say you don't have access to it. So when I got interested in blockchain technology, for example, another aspect of advanced information, about 2.5 years ago, you just go to Google and you find amazing, channels on YouTube and other places where you can read about it. You can watch the videos. I went into this channel, 3 Blue, 1 Brown. I don't know how many of you know that's one of the highest technology channel, which basically just teaches you for free or maybe at cost of ads, taking your attention, all these ideas so information and knowledge is just everywhere, and it's literally free these days. So let me move on and ask a little more direct question. And I see a few questions coming in on the same kind of idea, that how can I start or initiate a research in the field of artificial intelligence? What can we research on? Where can we get inspiration and ideas? And how can we, what does the process look like? So let me put it to any of the panelists who wants to take a stab at it. What's step 1? I think step 1 was showing up on this conference. So you already done the step 1. What's step 2? Ji Umar.
Okay, so a very interesting question. How to start, where to start? Well, so my previous answer sort of answered many of the things. Awareness, find who's the right people, get connected with them. But then again, what should I do? Now, you're from a medical professional. First of all, artificial intelligence is intelligence, but it's just not coming from your brain, it's coming from a computer's brain, right? So you need to understand that, which means you might come across a process that you're doing manually, and you can say, can a computer help me do this? Can it improve on this? And if that idea, and if you believe that, yes, it can be done, that is the starting point, right? So idea needs to come from you. Anything that you are doing, you might go into a professional, you're doing something, you say, oh, can I automate this thing? It's going to make my job easier, right? You're going through, say, for example, different cases, and something might pop up. Okay, what if there's a computer can help me in doing that? So obviously, if that process has a hardware component, then the robotics element is going to come in. The automation component is going to come in. But if that is a software domain element, something that you're thinking about and then generating a report, and you say, okay, I'm evaluating data, and from that data, I find out that this is the final result, that's an automated process. Now, obviously, you might not have the skill to develop that software yourself. Obviously, you haven't studied those courses. So that's the second thing which would stop you from going on with your idea and concept. But who says you have to develop the software yourself? So you have an idea, you think it clicks, you need to hire people who can actually develop the software for you or develop that system for you. Then the next question would come in, okay, where would the money come? Am I rich enough to sponsor it myself? or not? Obviously, then the funding comes in, right? You find people who can fund your idea. There are venture capitalists who would fund your idea. The government has different, funding opportunities, like HEC would fund ideas, right? So to get the funding, your idea should click, which means it should have a good business plan. And if you take guidance from a few people, or, meet somebody who can make a good business proposal, talk to him, some business development managers, talk to them, make a good presentation, make a good pitch. And if you present it, and if somebody else says, yes, this idea could work, it could actually earn more money, then people will invest in it. So this is just my 2 cents for it.
Let me add a couple of things. You can start an artificial intelligence in healthcare for medical students podcast. You can start a YouTube channel on it, learn yourself, invite speakers. You can write on your idea. So if you came up with a really good idea, but you don't know where to start, just write that up as a paper and publish that idea or that paper as it. You can go to many other labs that are already doing research and tell them you have a great idea. And maybe they have sources of funding that they know that you can apply to. And then, you can also reach out to other forums. You can reach out to APPNA Merit. There is a Discord server for APPNA Merit. If you are familiar with Discord, you can join that. You can send an email to appnamerit@gmail.com, by the way, for any question, appnamerit@gmail.com, and we reply and we can guide you. But you can join the Discord server and ask a question on the Discord server. What are good ideas about artificial intelligence that you might have? So I have tons of ideas. For example, how to differentiate tremor between Parkinson's and essential tremor, how to look at the risk of fall in someone who's walking. I can give you ideas if you wake me up from sleep on what are the challenges that I face every day in my clinical practice. And that's where the ideas come from. You're doing everything monotonously every day. You say, why do I have to do this over and over again? Why can't we just automate it? Why don't we have something else do this for me? Listening to the heart sounds. Can't we just distinguish heart sounds automatically through a sound analysis, through phonic analysis? And that's an idea, right? So ideas are everywhere. Ideas are all around you. Just look at things that you are doing in pattern recognition over and over again, and requires repeated work and that's where learning happens, right? What is learning? It's just series of sequentially generalizations, sequentially changing generalizations. So, you see first EKG, you say, okay, looks normal, maybe some abnormal, you look next one. Same thing is artificial intelligence, so looking at series of things. Any other pointers or suggestions for them on how to get started with artificial intelligence?
I would like to add my experience here. The way Dr. Danish has stipulated here, pertaining to the idea, it is all around you. I mean, you will have to pick the societal problems, and those fundamental basic problems will give you an idea how to go about it. I mean, it would be wise to follow that kind of lead, because if in case you will develop something and then try and fit in that thing, in order to get a this idea, it would be a very tough journey and very challenging for you. So the best bet would be to get an idea from the societal problems, which would be very basic, very fundamental. I will just narrate one of my experience here. My son, he got sick, he was admitted, he was 1 year old, and that's how I decided that I'm going to develop neonatal baby incubator, because I realized that one incubator costs us about 1.5 1.6 million rupees. So I decided and I developed that baby incubator, and then I started commercializing it at a very cost effectively. So that's how I got that idea, in the early phase of my career. So I second that opinion, that you will have to fetch and get inspiration with regards to the idea from your society, problems. Thank you.
And Dani, just to add, by the way, our RMU here, they have already established or started an AI lab. So any of you students who are interested, go find that lab and get started.
Very good. So I also got some comment from Professor Sarvat. He's saying that go to Google search and just start asking this question. You can go on journals and see what recent publication has come out on AI. And a lot of time People are writing an idea. One of our members of APPNA Merit Committee recently wrote an article on AI in stroke, so artificial intelligence stroke. If you just read that paper, it tells you what has been done and what is still missing, and that gives you an idea. A lot of review papers actually conclude by step forward. And if you don't want to read the whole article, just read the conclusion or a summary discussion. And it's the authors have already done the work for you, and they're telling you, okay, this is missing, this is missing, this is missing, and that's that's your idea. That's there. And then of course you can reach out to Professor Sawat Hussain. Just write to apnamerit@gmail.com, and he would love to take you into the AI committee of APPNA Merit. Let me go on to a couple of specific questions. So this is an interesting question. Let me ask this. How can we access AI? Question, please.
All right. So, all right. So I think
You call Siri. You know
Hello?
Siri?
okay. Okay. So I think there are a couple of resources associated with accessibility to AI. But I think first is that you need to develop some sort of knowledge, and you do not need to be an expert. You need to develop some high level, technical knowledge, not an expert. There are free resources available online. So you need first to study. And once you know that your problem, then you can associate what type of resources you require. Even hardware resources are freely available. You do not need to invest in them if you decide to experiment somehow. For example, Google Colab is one of the hardware resources that is freely available, and you just need to have your laptop and internet, that's it. But I would recommend that you should have a mentor. So as some of the respected panelists mentioned that you now have a center over here. So my recommendation to non-experts or non-technical people would be to go to that resource center. So they will jumpstart you on many aspects. So in terms of hardware, software, but generally I think the key question would be what is the problem that you are trying to solve? And the second key question would be, what would be your measurable goal? Only then you can assess what are the things that you need. One of the key ingredients is your data. If you do not have the data, then, for example, AI would not work. So that is the second important ingredient. One is your data. If you have data that is available and accessible, then you could do AI or add some intelligence. Second is the hardware compute that I told you that to some extent it is freely available. And the third is your capacity. And that capacity comes from building some collaboration with university, and as well as the center that is opening over here in terms of AI. So you need to take care of these three things: your capacity, your data, as well as your compute. I hope.
Very good. Anybody else wants to add to that? Otherwise, I can go to the next question. Let me ask the next question, and let me answer it first, because I see this question every session I moderate, and then you guys can add. So I see this question every time I'm working on this topic on AI, and the question is that, okay, what will happen to us? If AI is taking over, what will be the future of conventional medicine? Will we have jobs? Will we be out of jobs, or things like that? And you have to think more broadly. The money we earn, the work we do, the money we earn, is a measure of our productivity. If you're being paid, $1 an hour, that's because that's how much productive you are. It's your worth measured in a ledger, which is basically distributed. So, somebody else would know how much of meaning you have added to the society is how much money you have. How much, that's why people are rich. Elon Musk is rich because he has added so much value to the society, right? Electric cars, spaceship, rockets, and all that. And that's why we have rewarded him with all the credits. So, money is just credits of the thing that you have done meaningfully for the society. What AI, robotics, and automation is going to do is that it will increase our productivity. So we'll have to work less and we'll make more. That's what will happen to the medicine. They will be able to see more patients, see more x-rays, do more biopsies, procedures, add more meaningful work to the society, be more productive in less hours. In America, for example, there is a debate right now is that the earnings in the last 40 years have stayed the same and the work hours have gone up. And they're saying, what is this? If we are more productive, if everybody has more cars, if everybody has more fridge and ACs and, you know, and more clothes and more food, more houses, then why do we have to work more? And that is this idea that AI, automation, robotics is about increasing the efficiency. If your job is to see 20 patients, would you rather see them in 20 minutes or 20 hours? Right? So, you know, patient is 20, suddenly there's not going to be population doubling overnight. It's the same amount of work, same amount of sickness, but what if you can treat all of that in half the time or 1/3 the time or 1/5 the time? Imagine how much free time you will have to be more productive, more creative, more innovative, and think more about. That's what AI revolution is about. It's freeing up more time for you, being more, creating more plentiful resources for you. So they are serving you, they're helping you. They're not getting rid of you. In the end, they're serving you. You know, robot doesn't need to make money. He's not, oh, my salary is too low, I need to make more money next year. They don't care. They're being productive for you, so you don't have to work as much. So you need to embrace it. You need to be the champion and leaders of this technology. Let me see if anybody else wants to, you know, what will happen to all the doctors? Will be out of the job?
So yeah, you've actually covered most of the point that building productivity, even when you talk about an industrial productivity perspective, but we talk about automation and robotics and bringing it in, and it's also a question that we face that, okay, what is going to happen to the labor class? Now, the first thing is they need to evolve. So this world is survival of the fittest, which means that if you do not involve with it, you're going to have problems, right? So when you put in, when we were students, we didn't even hear about robotics. Nowadays, class 6 and 7 kids, they get these Lego kits, they put it together and they make a small robot, and that robot can do tasks, right? This is evolution. So if you have some, siblings who are, in Pindi, Islamabad, they're going to certain schools. We host this robotic competition every year called NERC, and we have kids coming in from 6th and 7th class who've, put Legos together, gotten some, kits made by Advan and companies, and, they put them together and they compete in that competition. 6th class kids. And when we were young, we didn't even know what robotics was. So this is evolution. Things are changing. People have to adapt with it. One point I would just like to add, I was attending a conference in NDU, and one of the speakers said something which really clicked and was very interesting. And he said that the whole world is going towards AI. So in the future, there will be countries who are quite advanced in AI, and then there are countries who have not evolved with it. And those countries who have not evolved will actually become source for data mining. Right? So data is going to get collected over there, while the advanced countries are going to use that data to make, smarter and better things for themselves. So we are already very, behind. We need to actually adapt a leapfrog concept in which we need to, jump ahead and pace ourselves with the rest of the world. So this is one of the points I wanted to add, it that you don't have any options. You need to evolve. You need to adapt. As far as the job market is concerned, once you adapt with these things, you'll never be out of jobs. ठीक है, रिस्क अल्लाह ताला ने लिखा है, सबको मिलेगा, but adaptability जरूरी है.
Thank you. So let me ask a question from you, Mr. Akbar. You are working in industry. You're looking at developing new technologies, biomedical technologies. What are the challenges you are seeing? Is it hard to find proper ideas? It is hard to commercialize them? Is it hard to market them or sell them? Hard to find skilled labor, skilled resources? What are the things you see missing from the industrial perspective? Mic, please. Walid, mic, handheld mic.
So from our point of view, one of the biggest challenges is obviously we are from an industrial sector background. We're not from the medical or healthcare sector. So what we need is more collaboration between industry, between academia, between the medical profession, because until the industries don't know what the pain points of the medical industry are, we cannot provide the kind of solutions that are needed or the kind of devices that are needed. So I think platforms like what Merit are doing, putting people from different disciplines together and providing a platform where we can engage with each other, learn from each other, and build products or services or startups that provide value to the healthcare industry. That's something that's very important. We also need clear policies in Pakistan for that encourage localization of technologies and encourage startups. Have I think the ingredients are all there, like Pakistan Engineering Council, DRAP, the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Health. They're all trying really hard to to help the industries over here to become self-sufficient and provide good, valuable products. But a lot more can be done in terms of coordinating between all these different entities that are out there, and that's something that's still quite weak here in Pakistan. Does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. Let me just take a couple of direct questions, 1 minute answers, one from Umar and one from Dr. Hassan. So Dr. Umar, can you tell a little bit more about the future of orthotics and prosthetics, and what is the role of AI in orthotics and prosthetics?
Okay, so in prosthetics, obviously these are artificial devices which you can attach to your body to perform, certain tasks. The challenges that we actually face when we are making these things is to make them light, because just imagine if you're holding a glass of water like this for a certain time, after 15 minutes, you'll feel tired, right? But if you hold your hand like this, you'll have more time in that context. So prosthesis is an external device. If you have it attached, after a certain time, the patient, he feels tired. He would want to take it off. So the challenges are they need to be lighter. Secondly, obviously, since they are battery operated, so for such systems, you need to have consume less amount of power so they could operate for a longer period of time. When we talk about the future, at the moment, we are acquiring signals from muscles and doing that, but a lot of research is being done in BCI, which is known as brain computer interface. We have that equipment as well with us at the center, in which you have these caps and you can acquire signals directly from the brain. And then when you're thinking about something, you can control a prosthesis with it. Obviously, you're not getting that much of accuracy, right? Because you're thinking about so many things in normal conditions. So we put the subject in a very controlled environment in which there are no distractions, and he's just taught to clear his mind, think about 2 or 3 classes, so that the computer can be programmed for it and you can distinguish between that. Internationally, people have tried to control brain wheelchairs using BCI, and it's still a work in progress. So we are at par with international research when it comes to BCI, but that's where I believe the future of prosthesis is headed, so that you have devices in which instead of the muscles, you can think and control those devices. And where does AI comes in? So the prosthesis is the mechanical part, but the programming portion, it's all AI, right? So when you have to distinguish between various classes from a data that you've gathered, that is AI. So that's my answer for prosthesis.
Thank you. And then a quick question from Dr. Hassan. Dr. Hassan, this pathology system that you were showing for fish karyotyping and cell recognition and all that, how are they adding value? Are they cutting costs? Are they making it cheaper? Are they, what's the value addition for the public or a customer for these kind of additions?
All right. So thank you for the question. So straight off, the first value addition that we did with those products is the time that we cut down by almost 60 to 70%. So this is one thing. Second thing that we addressed is the lack of experts. Even in North America, there's a lot of lack of experts who can do complex analysis. And even if we people for training, it takes a lot of time for them to train. And then they, since it is a very repetitive task, so by human, they get tired, and after 1 or 2 years, they resign and go off. So this is how, we tame. So the third, of course, the outcome is in terms of resources. So it optimizes in terms of time as well as cost, and then the human factor. So this is a brief, yeah.
Thank you so much. So we'll stop it here. I kept one question there unanswered, and that was the most interesting and difficult question. So thank you for the person who wrote it. And but the question is so complicated that it's not worth discussing it here. Even people like Elon Musk are challenged by the question like that, and which is that, do you think robotics will turn into adversaries and start taking over and start, hurting humans? Will AI become rogue and take over and start making decisions that they think are right for us, and may not agree with us? But we'll not address this question. It's a very, very complicated question. Could take the whole day discussing the adversarial risks of artificial intelligence and take over in the star net of Terminator. So we'll not go there for today. But I would like to thank all the speakers and panelists and conclude the session here. Please stay here a minute. We have a memento for you that would like to hand over. If Mr. Waleed Zafar, which I cannot see, I'm not sure where Waleed is. If he can raise his hand so I can see where Waleed is. All right. So if you can start handing out the shield. So let me invite our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Umar, to hand over the shields to our panelist and speaker. And I can invite the panelists and speakers one by one to be given the memento for this APPNA Merit Conference and for their participation. Hope they will remember us. So after this, we will quickly do a very short opening introduction for this conference with our Vice Chancellor and our guest, and then we'll have a tea break after that. So let me first invite Dr. Hassan Sajid from National Center for Artificial Intelligence at NUST to receive his shield from Professor Umar. कोई भी दे दो, कोई भी दे दें तस्वीर के लिए, बाद में करेंगे. Very good. And let me invite Dr. Umar Shehbaz, Project Director and Chairman, National Center for Robotics and Automation, NUST. Let me invite Dr. Murtaza Najabat Ali, CEO, Innovative Health Technologies at NUST. And let me invite Mr. Akbar Alana from Alson's Group, Precision Manufacturing. Let me invite Professor Babar Rao, the soul of APPNA Merit, the proud Rawalian. And let me invite Dr. Shahid Rafiq, my mentor and co-chair of APPNA Merit. And with that, I thank you for your interest and participation. And I thank all the panelists, and they can kindly go and have a seat in the audience hall. And please stay around and meet with the students over the tea. I'm sure they will have thousands of questions. They always pop up on the tea break. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, let me hand it over to Dr. Shahid Rafiq to conduct a very quick introduction opening ceremony. Sir, आप यहीं बैठ. जी, आप यहीं बैठ जाएं. Sorry, उसके. हाँ. All right, so we have the president and the president-elect of APPNA Executive Committee here. We're very honored to have them. And we also very honored to have our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mohammed Umar. So we'll do a very quick opening of this formal opening of this conference of APPNA Merit. And let me hand it over to Dr. Shahid Rafi.
Thank you, Danish. I will invite now the president of APPNA, Dr. Rizwan Khalid, if he's here. The next is President-elect Dr. Harun Durrani. President of Rawalpindi Medical Association of North America, Dr. Sohail Aman. Dr. Sohail Aman. In the meantime, I'll also ask Dr. Danish Bhatti, who is the chair of APPNA Merit, to also come on stage, please. Have a seat, please. So as Dr. Danish Bhatti has in the beginning explained about APPNA and APPNA Merit, but I'll briefly say that APPNA stands for Association of Physicians of Pakistani Descent in North America. This body, which is the largest democratic organization outside Pakistan of Pakistani, overseas Pakistani, is based in North America, both Canada and USA. And for the past 45 years have represented about 20,000 physicians of Pakistani descent in North America. It has over 3,500 members every year and holds 4 meetings around the year. There's a now 5th one, a strategy meeting in January or February. Then there is a spring meeting. The largest meeting is summer convention in America. And then there's a fall meeting. These meetings take place in various different cities around United States of America as well as Canada. The final conference, the 4th winter conference, is always in Pakistan. And we are very grateful to the APPNA leadership, both in particular, Dr. Rizwan Khalid, for giving Rawalpindi Medical University this opportunity to host APPNA conference this year. So today we'll hear briefly from our esteemed guest about their impression, comments, vision for the healthcare in Pakistan and medical education in Pakistan, as well as APPNA's role in highlighting the efforts of Pakistani physicians abroad and here. So first, I will invite the Rawalpindi Medical College, Rawalpindi Medical University Association of North America. The president this year is Dr. Sohail Aman, to come and give his brief comments. So today we have to hand over this hall for the preparation of the next events at 1 o'clock. So we want to be brief and finish the whole session by 1 o'clock. So Dr. Sohail Aman, thank you. I'm just informed that Chief Guest Dr. Arshad Taki is here. Please come on the stage, Dr. Taki.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And I welcome Dr. Taki. Thanks for coming. My name is Dr. Sohail Aman, and I'm one of the Ramkhana presidents for this year 2021. And the main objective of alumni is to come back and support our alma mater. And we are to our best of ability, we are supporting financially with our expertise. And I really want to thank the APPNA President, Dr. Rizwan Khalid, and President-elect for 2022, Dr. Haroon Durrani, for coming here and gracing the occasion. And they're all inspirations. They are the role models for all the students. It's giving me a nostalgic feeling. I used to sit there where you guys are sitting 20 years back. And now I'm here at this stage because we had role models in Dr. Latif, Dr. Omar were all role models. So that's how we got the inspiration, and we've been doing hard work, and it always pays. And I hope you guys would follow the same footsteps. If you need any kind of help, we are here for you, from technical background, any kind of expertise, even financial help. We offer whatever we can back to our university, because whatever we are here is because of this institution. This institution has made us, wherever we go, we always tell that we are from Rawalpindi Medical University. I worked in Johns Hopkins, I worked in Harvard too, and wherever I went, I always feel proud of my university. And I always put my institution first, and they were all proud of my working there, and they were so happy, and they keep asking me, where you from? And I always proudly tell them that I'm from Rawalpindi Medical University and I belong to you. So it's all because of the hard work and guidance. So please, if you need any kind of help, we are here. Please contact us, and we would be happy to offer any kind of help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sohail Aman, for your leadership for Rawalpindi Medical University Association, Alumni Association of North America. Now, I would like to invite the president-elect for 2022, Dr. Sohail, Dr. Haroon Durrani.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank Professor Dr. Muhammad Umar and all the host committee for welcoming us. It has been very rewarding trip so far. APPNA winter meetings are held every year in Pakistan. Normally, we pick one or maximum two places to have winter meeting, but this year our president, Dr. Rizwan Khalid, picked 4 places. After visiting Aga Khan University and NCVID, this is our 3rd trip over here. This is my first visit to RMC. And what I have seen so far is really very impressive. The remarkable job which RMU has done under the leadership of Professor Dr. Muhammad Umar is really very, very impressive, strong work. I think students and residents are very lucky. When I'm a graduate of Nishtar Medical College, I graduated in 1991. And there was nothing like this. We were basically those who wanted to study, they studied. Those who didn't want to study, they didn't study. But the way the curriculum is set up, the way you guys are followed and you have a mentorship available, I think this is very remarkable. You should take full advantage of that. I'm a radiologist by profession, and the radiology work in Pakistan has significantly improved. I mean, I see the reports, I see people, the knowledge base is, if not more, but at least at par with the people in the United States of America, which is also very, very remarkable. So in the end, I want to thank everyone for coming and listening to us. And inshallah, we will have more of interaction next year as well. And again, keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harun Durrani. He is going to be the president next year in 2022. But the president this year, 2021, is Dr. Rizwan Khalid, who is a graduate of Aga Khan University, but has many friends in Rawalpindi Medical University, and that's why he chose that Rawalpindi Medical University should be one of the venue for APPNA winter meeting in 2021. So we really appreciate his consideration, Dr. Rizwan Khalid.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks a lot to the host committee of Rawalpindi Medical College University under the leadership of Professor Dr. Muhammad Umar. I would also like to thank all APPNA members that are in the audience that have traveled all the way from the US and Canada. I want to recognize our past president in the audience, Dr. Murtaza Rai. Thank you very much for coming. I also want to thank each and every faculty member of Rawalpindi Medical University, residents, fellows, students that have done an amazing job. You know, this has just been a remarkable visit, and we are so impressed. This is my first visit to Rawalpindi Medical University, and I'm so very much impressed by what we have seen, and we can only pray and wish you the very best in the future. So APPNA Merit, APPNA obviously, it's a much larger association. We have numerous committees. Merit, which is transfer of technology, medical education and research. It's one of our committees, but it's a super committee. It has 72 members. It's led very dedicatedly by Dr. Danish Bhatti, Dr. Shahid Rafiq, and Dr. Babar Rao. And one of the aims of the Merit Committee is pretty much to enhance medical education, research, and technology in Pakistan. When we appointed Danish the chair for this year, and we were discussing about what is going to be our theme for the Merit Committee for this year. You know, we have a lot of other works that is being done by the Merit Committee. We have done immense work in family medicine diplomas, nursing education, education in addiction, hepatitis B, C, HIV, numerous other programs. When we wanted to look at a theme, we chose research and innovation. And that is why we decided to talk about biomedical engineering, biomedical devices, healthcare entrepreneurship. And I'm so glad that it has come to fruition. This is actually the peak of all the seminars that happened throughout the year. We have been having almost weekly seminars, and kudos to the dedication of the committee that every single weekend we were having seminars in which eminent speakers would come and share their experiences with us and the audience from throughout North America and Pakistan. So it's amazing that we were thinking about research and innovation as the theme of this year, and to do the main seminar in Rawalpindi Medical University, that it's the current leader for research and innovation in Pakistan. So I'm very glad that we chose this site. I'm just going to take 2 more minutes because I really want to inspire the students here. I really want to inspire the residents here. I really want to inspire the postgraduate trainees here. What I want to inspire, and I'm so glad I see so many women physicians, women medical students, and this is so inspiring. This is so encouraging. So I want to encourage all of you and inspire you to achieve excellence. Please never be second best. Always be competitive. And how to be competitive? You have your goal should be the highest education in that particular specialty. Achieve excellence. There's so many examples, many in the audience, many on the stage. They have spent their entire life trying to achieve excellence. So if there is one thing that I can tell you today is never go for second best. Achieve your dreams, dream higher. The university, the faculty, the leadership has provided you a ladder, amazing ladder. I'm from Aga Khan University. I was not provided this kind of a ladder. This university provides you this ladder, but they are not going to climb it for you. You have to climb the ladder yourself to achieve excellence. So if there's anything, one message, please, achieve excellence in whatever specialty you're doing, clinical or non-clinical. The world is wide open. When we were going into training, we had to choose, most of us chose clinical programs. But now there is a wide world for you to go into. Artificial intelligence, research, innovation, healthcare entrepreneurship, so many. And one of our jobs here was try to inspire you to take on these amazing non-clinical programs. And I hope that we have been able to inspire even a few of you to continue to work in it and work in artificial intelligence and all these amazing specialties that when I was growing up had no clue, but this is the future. And we want the future leaders to be from this crowd. So again, thank you very much, the entire panel, the host, and to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan Khalid, for the great message. And I'm testimony to that, like Dr. Harun Durrani was saying that way back when we were medical students, we were not given this opportunity of a structured ladder to climb. So people who studied, they studied and achieved things, others didn't. But under the leadership of Vice Chancellor Professor Muhammad Umar, we have seen in the past few years how through his dedication and commitment and a missionary zeal, he has prepared and constructed a ladder for you. And it's really up to you to climb that ladder. The infrastructure is there, and now it's up to you to achieve the great heights. Before I invite Vice Chancellor and then the Chief Guest for their remarks, I would like to invite the Chair of Merit Committee, Dr. Danish Bhatti, to give his remarks. He has done a great job this year. The Merit Committee has really blossomed under his leadership, and this, especially the innovation in healthcare and research was such a great theme, and we achieved a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid and Babar, for mentoring and guiding me, and Professor Umar for hosting me. It's so I traveled all the way from North America to be here, and you wouldn't believe me, I'm a graduate of King Edward, and I'm not going to King Edward, and I'm here in RMU because of the love and kindness shown by Professor Umar, by Shahid, by Babar, and hosting it and giving all my time and energy. My only message to you is reach out to us. We're all very available. We're trying to build resources for you. We may not have everything. We may have a lot of deficiencies. It may still take time for us to build more things, more resources for you. We don't have research fundings right now. But what one thing we do have is our time, which is actually precious, but we are willing to give it away for free. You can write to us on apnamerit@gmail.com. You can go to apnamerit.com. We have some online education on apnaacademy.com. And just look us up, reach out to us, and feel free to stop us where you want. ask us question. We'll give our time freely. Thank you.
And now it's my privilege to invite Principal Umar. I would like to say that I have seen his journey at various stages when, you know, he was our senior and then the senior registrar, assistant professor, the youngest FCPS. And I have a privilege to witness all those stages. Sheer dedication, sheer hard work, sheer commitment. But really, when I see his role as a first principal of Rawalpindi Medical College and then Vice Chancellor of Rawalpindi Medical University, I'm so amazed about his vision, his commitment, his clear sense of mission to make this Rawalpindi Medical University where it is one of the best universities in Pakistan. And his, I think, mission is to keep going and make it one of the best in the world. So Vice Chancellor, Professor Muhammad Umar.
नामदहू सल्ली अला रसूलिल करीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम। कुव्वते इश्क से हर पस्त को बाला कर दे, दहर में इसमें मोहम्मद से उजाला कर दे। President APPNA, President elect, Honorable President Pakistan Medical Commission, Chairman APPNA Merit, Dr. Shahid Rafiq, delegates, faculty members, and my dear Rawalians. It is indeed an honor and pleasure, and I really feel delighted and humbled by the presence of APPNA leadership, UK alumni, Australian alumni, New Zealand, UAE, and the national alumni. Very warm welcome to Rawalpindi Medical University. I will not take long. I'm also grateful to our Ramkana friends who are the proud Rawalians. They are really have made the Rawalpindi Medical University respected on the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has become the global village. Knowledge and disease has no boundaries. Corona does not discriminate between the President of America, the Vice Chancellor of Rawalpindi Medical University, and cleaner outside the university. It does not discriminate between the Muslim and non-Muslim, religion, race, and color. So what we have learned is a global network. The world is one. And if we do not stand one, we cannot fight against the disaster and disease. We cannot build the international standards of training. We cannot produce the best doctor and best faculty. And it is only possible if the leadership of any institution. Let me say one thing, sir. The Rawalpindi Medical University leadership is not the Vice Chancellor. We believe in collective wisdom, collective leadership, participatory approach. So every faculty member is a Vice Chancellor here. Let me say, if we do not change our approach and it remains as bossing, it remains one-man show, then sir, you cannot feel the real change what Prime Minister promised with us, 22 million people. The real change will only come when it is the global networking. What rightly said, you think globally and act locally. I was just on a short round to the APPNA leadership, and I requested them, point one thing, single one thing, which is less than any international and American conference. And we will improve on that. And I'm sure when Professor Rizwan and Durrani Sam will leave RMU, they will give me everything in writing so we can learn from their wisdom. We have measurable outcome of the driver of the conference. Let me say, we have 135 workshops in 3 weeks, which should be in the Guinness Book of World Record in single institution. 6,000 people participated in the workshop only. 600 facilitators, 60 delegates. There are 500 abstracts, 400 posters. I can go on and on, but I don't want to bore at least the APPNA. I will just say the taste of the pudding is in eating. RMU is a winning horse. Let me say this with full confidence. As Dr. Rizwan has said, what you do, you believe in yourself. You believe in yourself, and the RMU is the winning horse in the university at national and international level. This is not I'm saying. You can go to any website and see the Time Higher Education ranking. And Rawalpindi University has been declared as the best university in Pakistan. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm also thankful to the faculty who worked day and night and left no stone unturned to make this event successful. And inshallah, जिस तरह जजों के फैसले बोलते हैं, रावलपिंडी मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स और उनकी फैकल्टी is a winning horse. It's their work speak itself. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Now we are coming to the conclusion of this opening ceremony, and I would like to invite our chief guest, the President of Pakistan Medical Council, Dr. Arshad Taki.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you very much. Professor Umar sent me an invitation to come and attend this function. Never knew he was inviting me as the chief guest. So, and that also I also was supposed to speak. When I come to Rawalpindi Medical College, brings back old memories. वो जो कहते हैं ना उर्दू में कि वो वहाँ नहीं वहाँ से निकाले हुए तो हैं काबे से उन बुतों को भी निस्बत है दूर की. मेरा एक रिश्ता है बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग रावलपिंडी मेडिकल कॉलेज से. When I did my FSc back in 1975, did most of my education in Lahore. And for people of Lahore, Rawalpindi is another town which comes somewhere in the way when you're driving to Islamabad. So it's kind of an unknown place, an unknown territory. And we were supposed to go, at that point time, we used to have interviews for admission in medical college. And that interview was supposed to be kind of a formality, which means you were just walked in there. There was very intimidating 5 or 6 very senior people sitting there. Ji, Doctor Saab, aap kahan jana chahenge? And I just intuitively, Lahore Medical College was formed in that very year. The likelihood was that it was not going to survive, but intuitively, being in Lahore, I said, Lahore Medical College, and they said, "Theek hai." And the next thing, but even before that, my friend who was my classmate, we had decided to go to Lahore Medical College. He went there, and there was some professor sitting there who knew him. And when he said Lahore Medical College, the professor said, "Nahi, Doctor Sahab, rehne do, wo naya college hai, wo pata nahi chalega ki nahi chalega, Pindi chale jao." So he opted Pindi, and while I was walking in and he was walking out, usne mujhe kaha, "Yaar, Pindi kehna, Lahore na kehna." But I didn't have the courage, so I said Lahore. I ended up in Lahore. I missed Pindi. I missed having the privilege of being a graduate of Rawalpindi Medical College. So that's what the memory is. Lost connection. Heard a few stories from my friend about Rawalpindi kya hota hai, but then fast forward, one day I was asked by College of Physicians Surgeons Pakistan, there's an inspection for recognition of critical care fellowship programs in Rawalpindi Medical College. You are supposed to go there and inspect it. And that was my introduction to Professor Umar.
He took me around, showed me the department he had created out of his own efforts, the critical care unit, medical ICU that he had set up, and he was in the process of developing. And I said, the man has a spark. So I mean, we had developed that kind of a rapport on that very day, in that within those few hours. And then again, a few years later, I was with Pakistan Medical Commission. And I think on the day 1 or day 2, the first person who walks into our office is Professor Umar, and he says, he has a few kind of tasks related to Rawalpindi Medical University, which were stuck there, which were been waiting there. So we once again, I saw the drive, I saw the passion there, because he just wanted things to be done for the university. And after a little while, he invited me, and I went and saw the place, and I said, he's not just dreaming, he's delivering it. Like this year, we were supposed to hold the national licensing exam for our foreign graduates, the clinical part. And we identified various institutions, universities all over the country to hold those exams. And very predictably, we were forced to, when we were awarding those national medals for the best candidates of national licensing exam and MDCAT, forced to, I must say, forced to invite Professor Umar and award him the medal for recognize this center as the best center for national licensing exam. And we had to ask him a favor to hold it second time as well for during the last few days, which was a reconduct of another center. So he has done wonders. He has given you an excellent university. And coming to the students, I must confess, a few of you may not be very happy with me. We got you out of your comfort zone, but we tend to get you out of your comfort zone, because there was talk here of excellence. And I won't take long, but just one little message. When I've been dealing with students right from the entry point, the people who are trying to get into medical colleges, right up to people who are now have passed and are aiming for those careers. One thing I find in our students, which is a little distressing to me, and that is that fear of failure. If you are aiming for excellence, please be sure that you are going to fail. If you do not fail, that means you haven't aimed high enough. You are just trying to stay within your comfort zone, work within your limitations. So get used to failures. No, that doesn't mean that you don't learn from your failures and get so used to your failures that then you just make sure that you aim high enough to make sure that you fail, and then you try, and then you get there. Only then you are going to reach excellence. Research, innovation, all that actually entails asking difficult questions and trying to find answers to them, and they don't come easy. I'm sure with the resources that your leadership is providing to you, you will be the best. And we have a lot of hopes from you. About APPNA, you are our connection with the rest of the world. We have turned to become a little kind of living in a cocoon, not really in touch with the rest of the world. You are the people who have to make sure that we stay connected. We know where the world is going, and we catch up. We got a lot of catching up to do, and we got a lot of hard work to do. I'm sure you people will get us where we need to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Taki. Now, finally, we have some shields to give to the eminent guests here. So can you please bring the shield and I'd request Dr. Umar or Dr. Taki to please come and give the shields for Ramkhana President Sohail Aman, or Dr. Sohail Aman, President of Rawalpindi Medical University Alumni Association of North America. Next is Dr. Danish Patti, Chair of APPNA Merit. President-elect Dr. Harun Durrani. President APPNA Dr. Rizwan Khalid. Usman Qureshi. We have 4 organizers who have diligently organized this great event. So Dr. Usman Qureshi, Dr. Arslan Manzoor, and then Dr. Ahmed Hassan and Professor Jahangir Sarwar. I think Professor Jahangir Sarwar is not here, so finally, so Dr. Usman, can you please accept Dr. Jahangir Sarwar's shield? One shield for our worthy Vice Chancellor, Dr. Umar. And finally, for the chief guest, Dr. Arshad Taki. We really appreciate Dr. Taki to come and join us for this event. That concludes our opening ceremony for the conference. The guests can proceed to the tea break. Thank you. Thank you, Assalamu alaikum.
healthcare technologies. In few minutes, I'll be inviting all our presenters and panelists on the stage. There is a little amendment, we'll do that. So anyway, what we'll do is we'll invite all our panelists and speakers to the stage. And I have been told by chair that instead of presentations, let them just talk and tell us what they do in introductions in few minutes, and then we'll go to questions. I am Babar Rao, as you all of know by now, and the session is about people who are from Pakistan, either living in Pakistan or living outside Pakistan, but what they are doing in healthcare companies or technologies inside Pakistan or outside Pakistan. So for that, we are lucky enough to find the most successful companies in Pakistan, which are working in US and other countries like UK. So I'll start with my first panelist, Ifat Zafar. Obviously, ladies first, please come to the stage. If you probably have heard, if not, Google right now, Sehat Kahani, which is a telemedicine-based company who's doing wonderful things in Pakistan. And Ifat is representing them today. Please have a seat. With that, I think someone who traveled far away from USA, Waqas Ahmed, which is his company's telemedicine, Shifa for You. He's doing magical work. A graduate of King Edward, but friends of all of us. He'll tell you about his company. Then Bilal Hashmat, he represents Cure MD, one of the most successful EMR practice management company in the United States, based in Lahore. Then we have, I actually was able to find Shaukat Ali, please come. He's the most successful company in practice management from Pakistan, from actually Pindi, their head office, and they are on a stock exchange in New York now. So they are a huge, huge company from Pakistan. So thank you. Thank you. And then I have Shimal Daud. Where is Shimal? Please come in. He'll tell you about his companies, but basically he has a couple hospitals and he's starting new projects on urgent care. He'll talk about that. Who else I met? Is Faisal Khan here? Faisal, please come up. Faisal is a guru in digital and AI companies. He'll tell you about his company. Who am I missing? Waqas, Shaukat, Bilal, Ifat, Shumal. So everybody's on the stage. So we will just start with Ifat. Sorry, they asked me to cut down their presentations. So if you want to, from there or it, tell them people what you want them to know. But the idea is you all know what they do and then get involved research-wise or investor-wise or financial-wise and learn how they do these things. So Ifat, please.
First of all, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to come to the Rawalpindi Medical University and to talk about our work. क्योंकि काम हम सब कहीं ना कहीं कर रहे होते हैं, but at times we're all working in silos and we don't get to share our successes, our struggles, our challenges with other people. So I'd like all of you to know more about Sehat Kahani. Sehat Kahani is a telemedicine-based organization which allows physicians to be connected to patients in need of healthcare. And we started this organization, me and my co-founder, Dr. Sara Said Khurram, around 4 years ago. And I think the major passion that we had to start this company was threefold. We all know Pakistan is a huge country with around 220 million plus population. More than 50% of the population is unable to access quality healthcare. And there are multiple reasons for it. Statistics say that 12% of Pakistani physicians leave Pakistan for the opportunity and they're not geographic, they are unable to give back to Pakistan the way they want to. Another major challenge that we see is that Pakistan doesn't have primary healthcare facilities, and majority of the physicians who graduate every year are female doctors. But because of the social and cultural norms, those doctors are unable to continue their practice. And I'm so glad to see so many women out there today also. And ये एक बहुत बड़ा challenge होता है. हम सब डॉक्टर जब बनते हैं, being a female myself, we are so filled with aspirations, dreams. But when we enter the practical life, families at times have different expectations from us, and at times we end up giving in. एक और challenge जो मैंने देखा है, being a female physician myself, even if there is no additional family expectation or obligation, we don't have hospitals which have daycare facilities. So once you enter, parenthood, how do you continue work? How do you continue those long hours? So a lot of doctors end up dropping out. A lot of them end up taking breaks for multiple years till their children reach a certain age and they can continue work. And that's how Sehat Kahani came into being. Both me and my co-founder, we both are female doctors. और कहीं ना कहीं हमने अपनी जर्नी में ये चीज़ देखी कि we had to choose either between having a career or having a family. My co-founder, she moved to a different city and she had a small toddler at that time and she couldn't continue working. So the clinic that she was initially practicing in Karachi, they started giving calls to her. Those phone calls turned into a video call, and that's how the idea came into being that if she could do it, why couldn't other people do it? Similarly, in my situation, I was working in a pharma company. Jobs in pharma are very glamorous. You travel a lot, you get to see the world. But in one point, we ended up having a mishap. Me and my husband, we ended up losing our baby in a premature birth. And the next time when I conceived, out of guilt, I just quit work. And while no one told me to, but I did. So Sehat Kahani allows people to connect to physicians flexibly and just sharing this journey. But now Sehat Kahani is open to female as well as male physicians. And the idea is that anyone, whether they're based in Pakistan or they're based out of Pakistan, can be connected to a patient in less than a minute, in less than 3 clicks. We started by creating telemedicine clinics in low-income communities. A lot of people, when they associate telemedicine, they associate that with the urban market, with people like you and me, which is right. But the major healthcare gap in Pakistan has been in the communities. So what we did was we would go into communities, identify 2-room spaces and convert them into a telemedicine center. It would be like any other regular clinic, which would act as a facilitation center, that there's a physical nurse present, but the doctors are present online. So today, Sehat Kahani has 35 of such e-health clinics all across Pakistan. We are working across provinces. So we work in Sindh, we work in Punjab, we work in KP, we work in Balochistan. We also hopefully will venture into AJK this year. We've just won a government tender. We're very excited to be venturing into Azad Jammu Kashmir. In 2019, we also realized that healthcare community का सिर्फ मसला नहीं है, आपके और मेरे जैसे लोगों का भी मसला है. A lot of us are parents. A lot of us have ill parents at home, older family members at home, जिन्हें हम बार-बार hospital नहीं लेके जा सकते. That's when we began and developed the mobile application, which allows anyone to be able to connect to a doctor 24/7 in less than 3 clicks. This mobile application initially, like any challenge that an entrepreneur has, went through a lot of failures, went through a lot of disasters. The first app, the first version that came out, we were on the moon, ke bas ab to hum chha jayenge. But it turned out that it was a failure. But then, like any other person, we picked up ourselves, we stepped again, we found another team who would build that application for us. And that's when we created our mobile application. And then COVID came. I think our biggest success came in the COVID because OPDs were shut down, hospitals were shut down, organizations, corporations were working in a work from home manner, and they still wanted to make sure that their employees have access to healthcare. So we started working in 2 models, a B2B model where corporations can access online medical health facilities, which would include access to general physicians, specialists, as well as mental health experts. And from this, we ventured into the retail market also. So anyone who's sitting here today can download a Sehat Kahani application and they can access doctors round the clock from around the world. We have a network of 6,000 plus doctors, and this network is constantly growing. And I think the best opportunity that we see with APPNA is engaging more and more physicians from outside of Pakistan who really want to give back to Pakistan, and they would really add value to the credibility that we have. So really excited to share this journey with you. This is Sehat Kahani.
So if you all want to know more, please go online, look for Sehat Kahani. It's really a good kahani. Like few of the ladies from very difficult circumstances start a company which becomes very successful now, providing excellent care to poor patients and otherwise. So please join in by working with them, by investing with them or becoming part of their team. I welcome all of you to please go online and check them out. With that, I'll move on to Bilal, who's a long time friend. We are both very old. And he basically has one of the most successful EMR, electronic medical records, and then practice management and basically health related company based in Lahore and New York City. So I'll give it to Bilal to please summarize what you want to tell us.
Thank you, Babar. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So our journey is that we started to build a product sitting in Lahore and aiming for the stars. So it took us 23 years, but eventually we got to every single state in the US, serving some of the leading organizations in the world, which include Harvard, New York University Medical Center, some of the world's leading other academic medical research centers across the United States. So we have about 18,000 doctors on our network, about 250,000 active users, and we serve everything from electronic medical records to patient engagement, to prescription management, to laboratories and patient education, continuing medical education, and so much more. So primarily what we are a research-based organization, research-driven organization. So these days we are building artificially intelligent doctor into the system. So what we do is that we combine all the medical records of the patients and then run algorithms on the patients to come up with patterns that can lead to early diagnosis and early interventions. And we call it Life Extension app. And I feel that this Life Extension app, which is made in Pakistan, is going to be a phenomenal life-changing experience for the physicians across the globe. Other than that, we're very proud of the Pakistani, students and engineers, who are really leading the world by delivering groundbreaking technologies, leading, very, very large American companies, for example, GE and other companies. So that's a short story about who we are at CureMD. Thank you.
Please, if anybody's interested to know more about, it's called CureMD, like cure. And Bilal is very welcoming. He's a good teacher. Anybody interested, please find him on CureMD. He'll respond. With that, I'll go to Waqas. Waqas, another good friend of mine who basically have done wonderful. His company is called Shifa for You. 4 is like number 4. And I'll like Waqas summarize in the same field as Tally, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be with all of you here. I'm a graduate of King Edward Medical College and currently based in Florida, where I practice as a nephrologist. My company's name is American Telephysicians, which is based in US. One of its projects in Pakistan is Shifa for You. That was actually our first project, and that project I was motivated to start that so I could actually help my parents and enable other expats or a lot of physicians or overseas families whose families live in Pakistan. How can they order healthcare services online? That project we launched in Pakistan, Shifa for You, established our own IT team, and in 2017 and 2018, made a network of all this. The whole idea was how can we build an online healthcare system where we could have connected doctors, labs, radiology, pharmacy, home care, all under one app. And that was something, the digitization, as we know now, Uber, Food Panda, those are revolutionizing their respective industries. But in healthcare, all these services are just isolated. You have online doctors company, but you may have a lab separately, and the patient really have to go to see a doctor first, and then to lab, then to radiology. We came up with this idea, have everything on one app, and let all the services come directly to the patient at their home. This allowed me also to help my parents by sitting in the US, order services for them so they can get labs at home with home sampling, they can get medications delivered at their doorstep, see a doctor online, actually get a consultation from the US-based physician for second opinion, everything you can name, that app we built here. We also built electronic healthcare record system to digitize the physicians, and so they can start using electronic medical record system, because a lot of the errors we see is because there's no electronic medical record system, especially in Pakistan. And we started presenting this project in 2018 in the US. Alhamdulillah, started winning a lot of awards by American Telemedicine Association and Connected Healthcare. And in 2019, was humbled to be invited by United Nations to present there. We were among, worldwide, there were only 15 companies who were invited, and one of them was our company. And since then, I've been on the panel of United Nations as well as WHO for digital healthcare. A lot of credit goes to obviously our team who has built. Since then, we launched multiple projects in the US. We running same project which we started in Pakistan with the name Shifa for You. We launched with the name Cura for You. We have, our system is currently being used in the hospitals and nursing home. Last year during COVID, when telemedicine became really more popular, and so we launched our physician services. Now we have over 200 physicians in our network who are providing services in the hospitals and by the nursing home. And we recently have launched our company in Australia also. Alhamdulillah, journey which we started from Pakistan led us to the US, and now we are going in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. So now we go to Shaukat. Please tell us, how did your company got to this point that we are so proud of your company?
Thank you.
And you, obviously.
Thank you. My name is Ali Shaukat, or Dr. Babar. Thank you for inviting me here today. Or I really feel honored कि आप लोगों ने हमें यहाँ पे invite किया. MTBC journey started about 22 years ago. Pakistan में we were the almost first initial medical billing companies में से थे. We started as a revenue cycle management for the doctors in North America, or we started from Jersey, New Jersey, US, 8 states से start किया था. Right now, we serve, अगर US की healthcare industry को देखा जाए तो there are about 800,000 doctors serving in North America, जिसमें से about 40,000 को we provide services in one way or the other here from Rawalpindi, जो हमारा office है. Which is about 5% of the US doctors overall, जिसको MTBC services provide करती है. We deal with EHRs, हमारे अपने EHR हैं जो client use करते हैं. We work on business intelligence. किसी भी practice को या hospital को run करने के लिए उसकी administration को they need robust reporting. आम सी example है, any procedure which is not producing revenue for a hospital and they're doing it again and again, something which is more expensive, they're spending money but there is no outcome. ये तमाम information उनको data available होता है, but they need it on their hands to make right decisions. So we have a product called Precision BI. तमाम बड़े EHR systems, hospitals इसको use करते हैं to get the right data at their fingertips. फिर हम bots बनाते हैं, which are robo-bots, to make the life easier for the doctors and the healthcare staff workers. Appointment scheduling से लेके eligibility verification, getting their pre-certs, getting the right information to the insurance companies, getting the information back to the doctors, or taking the paperwork away from the doctors. The doctors North America say, I think they can explain better कितना paperwork office में आता है रोजाना, BCO checks हैं, उनका deposit बना के deposit करना है. So companies like us, Cure MD, we do automations to make their life easier, to get the electronic deposits into doctor's account, to make sure that they don't have to do the medical charts on paper. उसको digitalize करने में हमारे EHRs, we play a huge role. और technology के अंदर हम AI पे काम करते हैं, which is predicting कोई भी outbreak हो कहीं पे भी, तो you need data to predict what to do. You know the decisions at the end कि ये हमने करना है, but if you can't predict, if there is no data in the system, you can't predict. What we do is we put the data into the system and give the right information. हमारे जितना भी 40,000 doctors का या hospitals का data आता है, we predict it for the doctors, for the hospitals, so that they can make right decisions. मैं छोटी सी example एक बता रहा था. We have an app कि doctor is sitting in his examination room and patient walks in. On his check-in app, the patient identifies, for example, patient is there for a sore throat, so he will identify neck के ऊपर click करेंगे, and then he goes to sore throat. दो दिन से ये history है, social history उसकी, patient is putting that information है. Then based upon that information and the historic data that we have, we can predict what test should be done, what medicine is more suitable, which is more effective, which medicine is used these days, जितना data हमारे पास मौजूद है. तो ये चीजें US में easy इसलिए हैं कि all the doctors, most of them, they use EHRs, or at least they have started using EHRs. Pakistan में there is a huge room for all the medical students here. Adopt to the technology. Try to get the EMRs, EHRs being used in your hospitals, in your individual practices. And people like us, we can work to integrate different systems. They can talk to each other, share data. और इससे बहुत जबरदस्त किस्म की predictions हो सकती हैं. Wastage को stop किया जा सकता है. जो test unnecessary हो रहे हैं hospitals में, you can patient अगर आ रहा है pain in the left arm, system can predict कि ये करें, or don't spend time on जो है other resources. वो एक discussion थी पहले हो रही थी कि what will doctors do. So this technology is there to eliminate जो wastage है, or companies like us do it. All of us, we are on the stage in one way or the other. We contribute in making the doctor's life easier. Telemedicine पे बहुत काम हुआ. We created solutions because COVID में nobody wanted to see the patient. A patient don't want to see the doctor. So these solutions helped enormously. We have a telemedicine solution. We have multiple apps to support the office staff, from dictating, from transcribing, from getting their medical documents into the EHR system, from OCRs. So right now we have about 3,500 employees in Pakistan. We have all kind of employees, like from engineering, from lawyers, क्योंकि compliance involved है. There is a lot of research involved. Doctors हमारे पास हैं. They don't check patients, but they do a lot of research in coming up with the right forms, or coming up with the right modules for the EHRs. So it's a huge industry. Or as a MTBC, we believe in impact sourcing. We are creating an impact on the society. वो jobs जो नहीं थी पाकिस्तान में, we have brought it to the doorstep. We have an office here in Rawalpindi, about 1,000 employees here. We have an office in Baghdad, Kashmir, about 2,000 employees there. We have an office, starting an office in Karachi. We have technology office, about 50 employees there. We created a small office in Hala, Sindh, if somebody is here from Sindh. It's a backward area, just to provide them the right job opportunities, about 200 employees there. So that's the story of MTBC.
Thank you, Shaukat. We'll be back with more questions to you.
Thank you.
So, Shumail, please tell us about what you and your company does.
Thank you so much. I'm also a graduate from Rawalpindi Medical University back 25 years back. So it's good to be back here, and thank you to the management to give me an opportunity to be here. I'm basically from a brick and mortar side. I run healthcare hospitals, 2 hospitals, and we're about 23 years old. And as all my colleagues were talking about the modernization. And since this morning, we've been talking about that. And I also realized that, and from the very beginning, we've tried to incorporate all of these, these advancements in terms of EMR and all these things. But in 2017, I got involved in a very similar to the Sehat Kahani, but our story started from a different perspective. And I'm part of that startup where we focused on a digital healthcare space in the telemedicine space. And our focus was to develop a primary care healthcare product, which would connect sort of an Uber for doctors concept, that those doctors who are doing, they're working somewhere, maybe they're training and they want to spend 2 hours or 1 hour, and they would be registered on our space. And with this application, we basically focused on lifestyle data. What that was, that like you have within your phones and devices, different ways that your daily, how much time you're walking, how you're sleeping, what you're eating, how much exercise you're doing. So all that data was incorporated, and that data set was, as being told, was helping for the doctor or the primary care physician when they are examining or talking to the patient, that is factoring into the decision-making of the clinician. And while we were doing this in this period, COVID hit, and we tried to incorporate that, but then we got pulled into the Saudi Arabia and in the GCC market. And since almost 1.5 years now in the Saudi and Egypt space, we have launched there, and there we're working with other you can say partners, which are in the AI space, an international organization called by APPNA, which helps in predictive analysis and helping the decision support system for the doctor to make a better informed decision. But it's good to know that now this sort of thought process is also post-COVID coming into Pakistan. But other than this, I want to share today, because all of the students are here, and I want to share this, that whatever we are talking about today or we have done or have accomplished is good. But what I want to really share is that a lot of the experiences we are sharing is, like myself or others, we've been pulled into the international market. Either we've gone into GCC, we've gone to North America, and so forth and so on. But what I want to share, and I want to leave with all of you today, is that there is a huge gap in the Pakistani market. And you see, right now, until and unless we really modify our data, capturing the data and digitizing all the clinical decision systems, all the clinical governance that you day-to-day go into your hospitals, until and unless we really digitize all of that, we won't be able to make those modernizations of, since morning we're talking about robotics and AI and all that. Until and unless we capture that data, we won't be able to do it. So it is for you as students to really start observing while you're being trained, while you are going through your trainings and residencies, to start looking at and trying to focus, other than your clinical side, how you can improvise the life of a patient or yourself as a clinician or different people. Every day there are gaps that I come across. I get people who are overtrained in certain spaces, and there is a huge gap in other spaces. And what that means is that there are gaps in human resource in terms of skill sets, like APPNA and Merit is trying to do. But on ground, we need to create more solutions where we can bridge that gap in terms of their trainings and also providing them the opportunities. And over this last 1 to 2 years, we have also gone into, you can say, from secondary level healthcare facilities to urgent care or primary care. And that is where the gap exists, that we need to create more opportunities for you and other fellows where we can provide these delivery points with the help of these technological advancements, because a lot of the healthcare is now towards home care, it is going towards daycare, and we need to really build upon that. So my message to you is to come up with your observations and come forward, and for the RMU to take advantage of your presence and try to really make this change happen so that you are used to, and when you go back into your practical life, you can actually then enable, because until and unless this happens in a day-to-day activities in the hospitals, in the training programs, you as future doctors, clinicians won't be able to really make that difference. So it is utmost of importance that we really enable these in our teaching programs so that this digitization can then help in the transformation that we see happening around the world. Otherwise, we will continue sharing our success stories, how we are delivering these huge, phenomenal opportunities for the developed markets versus what is needed in Pakistan.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
thank you, Shumail. That's amazing. And actually, this is a good point because we all think about North America, UK, Australia, New Zealand, wherever. But I think in the health IT, very soon, if not now, there'll be a lot of market here. So if you are here, take advantage of people like Shumail and Shaukat and Bilal and Ifat and everybody, and talk to them to see how you can get involved. Our last panelist, Faisal, please introduce yourself and tell us.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I was there yesterday and we talked at length about AI. So very briefly, I come from Peshawar. We started a translational research laboratory, currently housed in a hospital setting. We sit in RMI, the largest private hospital in KP. We get a huge it's a huge catchment area, includes Afghanistan as well. So it's a very diverse patient population. We specialize in systems biology, genomics, and cell biology. And we're currently funded by the federal government to look into oral cancer. We also have other studies, but I don't have time for that. I'll quickly touch on something many people don't know, but which is relevant to the panel we are sitting on. And that is the laboratory also is an incubator for startups. So हमारी lab में हमारी अपनी ही team के and also surrounding student bodies में से we host startups that are working on health issues. And I'll give you examples. We have a bunch of we have a team working on a Desi food app to watch your calories. It's called Kitna. They're in development stage. They got a little seed fund to run with, and they're cataloging alongside nutritionists from the hospital on what our food has or how we can track what we eat. Dusra, we have Kapi, which is very interesting for me, and it's by one of our team members. Hamari jo lab, it's in the middle of pathology and kind of have to go through the entire patient wala area. So what Shagufta did from the team was she wanted to bring safety and dignity to urine sampling. And she's trying to reinvent how we sample urine, especially in different population segments. So we're 3D printing different mocks. We sit with designers and we're coming up with a different type of collection cup, and also how it integrates into the laboratory to cater for sampling. And the last one I want to talk about is GlucoBuddy. And it's a continuous glucose monitoring patch. We're trying to reverse engineer locally what is out there in the market. We've ordered quite a few from China. So we're kind of doing China to the Chinese. And we're trying to indigenize the patch locally because we're the 5th largest country of diabetics in the world. And there's not much tracking happening. And we hope that could be a good addition to the data sets we have. I also want to touch on one other area which might be interesting to you guys, the youngsters, and that is space biology and medicine. Space economy is the next biggest thing in our future as you guys come and enter the market. And what some students in our lab are doing are, I'll give you an example of Kurotulane's work. She just finished her thesis and she worked on NASA Gene Lab data that comes from the International Space Station or Charity to look at how neurons developed from stem cells up in microgravity. So orthopedics is very hot. Stem cells are very hot up in the space station, and people are planning on what the challenges would be to human bodies up in low Earth orbits and also in deep space. So again, a bunch of very interesting new ideas and new startups, and that's what we really love to host at the Precision Medicine Lab, and it's open to anyone in the country. And I'd put a shameless plug, try and look up PML hacks on YouTube and you'll find some material if you're interested, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. So we'll take few questions. If anybody have questions in the audience, they may please. I can, is there, you can come up here or you can, he wants to ask a question. How many minutes do I have?
So I will, Umar Hayat, so I'm a pharmaceutical scientist. So you guys are our pride. And I will say you are the role models for these young doctors. So thank you. So my first question is really, I mean, you are all serving the healthcare sector. Is there something you can do where you can amplify the effort of each other? So that's my first question. Then I have a second question, because these youngsters, and most of them probably will not have the finances to start their businesses or practices. Is there a system you guys can develop where all they need is to finish their degree, walk into the office, and can start their business? Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, some of them have those systems. So Vikas, you want to comment? You have an internship for students and that stuff. Bilal have internship, I'm sure. Sehat have some internship. So please comment. Do you have any like internship, observership, or assistantship for young doctors, young students?
No, thank you so much. Yeah, I completely agree. I think being a physician myself and started this company and established our IT team, I believe that the IT teams are the builders. They can build whatever you tell them. What product needs to be built needs to come from that profession. So in healthcare, for example, anything which physicians are using, that needs to be come from the physicians. I think that will be an ideal product. Since we started Shifa for You project in Pakistan, during COVID, we did a lot of started a program, home care program, where patients who did not have access to the doctor or access to oxygen, we had a lot of volunteer physicians who joined. Credit goes to our Shifapur Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Tayyib, who actually is a gastroenterologist who worked with RMU. And a lot of young doctors, especially for RMU and across the country, joined our program to help provide online care services to the patient free of cost, utilizing the app. Then if they needed any medications, utilizing the online pharmacy partners we have, they deliver the medications. We also build a network of oxygen providers. So they actually provided oxygen cylinders at home and literally saved hundreds of lives. And obviously we did have a lot of patients' data as well there. Since then, we have started this program now with the internship program on Shifa for You. We're also since we've started our projects in the US, so we're launching those young physicians who actually now want to go to USA. And if they have done a USMLE part 1, at least. The reason we're doing a selection criteria, because we get so many applicants, we can only accommodate few of them. They can apply and they can work a 3-month internship program with us where they can get access to the healthcare innovation, technology, and also work with the US-based physicians.
So question is, do you pay them any money?
Say it again?
Do you pay them?
We do pay them, yes.
Okay,
so we do pay them internship. It's not a free internship,
okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
We do have a selection criteria, and yeah, but absolutely there. The second is, if any physician come up with an idea and they want to be a part of stuff. See, at this age, young age, the lesson which I want to give you there, when you are young, learn from your seniors, be part of that and ecosystem, learn that. I think right now when you're young, don't just think that you can just be, if you want to go, if you are going for specialization, that's great, but don't think that's the end of the world. World is really going digital. All these big companies or startups, they started with a small idea, but it required persistence and passion. So if you have the passion and you're ready to be persistent and give sacrifice, we are here to help you. Join our team. We provide the resources you need and then evolve into a startup. So I think that is very much needed in
So
Pakistan.
does any of you have like some internship or people who are interested to get started for guidance? Have a plan, Shaukat, or do you have?
We do offer internships and jobs. There are certain positions which are specifically for the medical students and medical graduates. In fact, our EMR's Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Iram, she is a Rawalpindi Medical University graduate, and she runs our EHR in Jersey. She lives over there. एक और हम करते हैं इसको clinical specialist. These are medical students and the doctors who train our clients who are the doctors in USA. So they get an exposure to talking to them, learning about their workflows, getting those things built. And then we also offer, and there are other companies that also offer incubation services. If somebody has an idea and they just need a platform to develop it, and they want to test it to certain, small group of clients. So we do offer it. So if somebody has an idea, MTBC is open, and we definitely have space and the opportunity we can provide to those graduates who want to do it.
Do you have a program like that?
So I think I'll talk about two things here. Any doctor who has worked for at least 3 years and is not out of work for more than 3 years can apply to our network. It's actually a paid physician job. So whether you're a general physician, a specialist, or a mental health expert, actually in one of the audience, we have a doctor who actually works with us since 2018. So Dr. Anam actually works with us, who is actually working here at Rawalpindi University also. So really excited to actually meet her today. So that's one thing. We provide employment opportunities. These are all virtual. These are actually paid. The second thing, that if any doctor wants to, enter the world of entrepreneurship, I think there's a lot of guidance now which is present. We started off by $3,000 in the account, literally, like वो घर के 3 लाख रुपए कोई पड़े थे, and we were like, अच्छा यार, इसे शुरू करेंगे. And not kidding, me and Dr. Sara one day thought, अच्छा कुछ नहीं होगा तो शादी की जो jewelry है वो बेच के कुछ गुजारा कर लेंगे, 2-3 महीने निकल जाएंगे, literally. But I think the good thing is Pakistan has started to really create avenues and opportunities for upcoming entrepreneurs. There are a lot of bootstrapping opportunities, a lot of startup competitions that people can apply to. The only thing is you need to have a really strong idea. You really need to test it out in the field, and if it works, then you can really move forward.
So there is a question from the audience. That is our mentorship night a day after tomorrow. How to apply for residency? Will respond there. I think Shumail wants to say something quick, please. Yeah.
So it's not, you see, what I understood from this was about healthcare finance, how to initiate the. So my message for the students is, because everyone is a clinician here and they're all doctors. So typically we are just studying our subject. So you have to educate yourself about other probabilities, other possibilities. Then and then only you would really be able to understand how to become an entrepreneur. And obviously we're not taught that typically. So I would suggest that educating means there's a lot of free resources available, but then taking certificate courses to enable yourself to understand and have that acumen, and then collaborating with a lot of colleagues. You see, there are people from your specialties or allied fields who can then collaborate with you, and then you can become the future entrepreneurs and job creators. So my message to you is, instead of looking for jobs until and unless you are, a clinician, that's fine. But then eventually to become job creators, because we need more job creators here and not look for jobs only. That's my message to you.
Yes,
enable yourself.
So one of the theme by Danish, our chair, was like, how do we encourage other people to get involved, start up their own company? If they need guidance, they talk to people like this. So that was the whole idea. But I'm gonna basically summarize. So if you are if you have ideas, then contact either Danish or us on APPNA Merit, or look for one of these people. And if you know their contact, go to LinkedIn. And And if you want to invest, some of them will take your investment. And if you want to make money, some of them will offer you some assistantship. So I think it's a good team here. Bilal, you want to say something about your company?
Yes.
In reference to like helping a youngster with new ideas or all that. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
So we have a couple of dozen opportunities for internship. And I tell you that if you are aiming for your residency abroad, you know, that can be very, very useful because you're exposed to the American healthcare system. So from clinical governance to compliance to medical legal to, you know, how to really treat the patient as per the American standard. So you can always apply online, curemedicaldoctor.com/careers. So there are dozens of opportunities there. It's a very generously paid internship. And then on top, we also have a fellowship program. So currently we're running about dozen fellowship programs with various faculty members across Pakistan. So you can join hands with one of the fellow to come up with new products or maybe mature existing products or make some improvements. And then the best part is that if you invent something, you take the ownership of that investment. Thank you.
That's a good one. So Danish, I would require you and Shahid to come up and as usual, give some shields. So come please. So thank you, everybody. I know we changed the program because of whatever adjustment we had to make. But from bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I know you are not paid for this. You traveled, you took your time off. In America, we get paid for everything. But thank you. And hopefully it was useful, at least useful for all of you. With that, we'll give them some thank you shields. Okay, well, we will start with, of course, the woman force, Ifat, please. Thank you. And next one is Bilal from CureMD. Thank you. Thank you, Bilal, for driving in a foggy weather. Vakas, all the way from Florida, you should be on the beach. What are you doing here? It jumps to Faisal, please. I have Shumail, please, from RMU to RMU. And Shaukat, please come. Okay, so I give the next session to Shahid and I get out of it. Thank you, everybody.
Gee, thank you. We are coming to the conclusion of today's symposium by this third and last section of our program, which deals with multi-center clinical trials, vaccine and biologic development. So let me see if my panelists are here. And these are, I met Dr. Ubaidur Rahman. Please come to the stage. And then I see here Dr. Khurram Zaki Khan, if they are here. Khurram, please come to the stage. And then Farooq Mustafa. Itna chota likha hai. Farooq Mustafa, if you are here. Acha. So Dr. Abdul Rashid is here also from DRAP. Please come in. Okay, so then Shahzad Ali Khan. Shahzad Ali Khan is not here. Fareed Suri, if they are here. Dr. Khalid Mahmood and Usman Khalid Wahid. I think it's okay. We have the major personalities and panelists here to start talking. So as I understand, we are not going to go for the presentation, but we will start with the introduction and 2 minutes introduction and what they do, our panelists, and so then we go with the question and answers. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shahid. I'm Dr. Ubaidullah. I'm basically a pharmacist with PhD degree in pharmaceutical sciences. And right now I'm working in Drug Regulatory Authority of Pakistan as a director since 2013. In fact, any regulatory authority is responsible for the regulation of the medicines in the country, and the clinical trial being one of the components for the development of drug. It is very integral part, and being regulatory authority, we are responsible to grant approval for the clinical trials and to assess the outcome of these trials. So regulatory authority is being responsible for that. Thank you.
Please keep quiet. This is the last section. We won't be long. Only 20 minutes left in this program. So I appreciate your patience in keeping quiet. Please go ahead.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मुझे लगता है कि अभी से सो गए आप लोग, अभी तो वक्त बाकी है, तो मैं दोबारा ट्राई करता हूँ जी। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अब लग रहा है कि कुछ अटेंशन हो गई। So thank you for the response. My name is Khurram Zaki Khan. I am the CEO of Dimension Research, which is the largest clinical research and patient support service provider of Pakistan. And we are operational in 8 cities, and we have 4 offices all over Pakistan. Our job is mainly, we are the missing links that we link clinical research hospitals with the sponsors. So our job is basically monitoring study development management and doing all the field work. So we are the foot soldiers for clinical research, and we hire by training. I am a microbiologist being trained in England and came over here working for multinational companies, then quit my job and open up the first CRO. So this is we are also approved from DRAP as a CRO. So this is the short, and afterwards we can discuss about the COVID vaccine later on.
Thank you, Khurram. Next, please.
Farooq Mustafa. I am working as Associate Director, Quality Operations and Biotech. And by education, I am a molecular biologist. I worked in King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, Riyadh, and then Saudi Pharmaceutical Medical Appliances Company, and then joined Vector. In Vector, I have developed biological formulation plant for the biological products. Thank you. I belong to Vector International.
Right. So, this is really interesting. In Pakistan, there is no tradition of clinical trials or multi-center clinical trials, which is actually the basis of any research and any development in pharmaceutical or otherwise, or devices. And COVID brought in this importance, and vaccines and biologics. So this really should interest all the medical students here to learn how is the scenario of the clinical trials in the Pakistan? So that would be my first question with the panelists, that what do you see as the clinical trial status or scenario at this point? How many clinical trials have been done and what is in the pipeline?
Ji, thank you, Shahid. In fact, before going to that question, we should realize and understand why clinical trials are being conducted. Like all doctors are here, our future doctors are here, and if we see that the drug product which is available to a doctor for prescription to his patient, it is reported that about if 1 million chemicals or biologics or live organisms, which are the sources of drugs, if they are screened for the therapeutic use, only one product or one chemical gain the victory. All other chemicals or living organisms couldn't qualify to be declared as drug. And for such a victory or for declaration of a drug by any regulatory authority, it's a very lengthy process of about 4 to 5 years. And it draws much investment, billions of rupees and expertise as well. So there are various steps which are involved and followed by the researchers, starting from the academicians, up to the pharmaceutical industry, and then come to the regulatory authority. So if we see, it is basically chemistry, manufacturing, control, and ultimately, which any chemical which will qualify as a drug, there are 3 parameters that are integral to be qualified, and these are the safety, efficacy, and quality. So these 3 parameters are determined only after the determination and performance of the clinical trials. हम कभी नहीं कह सकते अपनी दवाई कि ये एक effective दवाई है जब तक उसका clinical trial ना हो. So these are the basis for the clinical trials. And if we see that since during last 2 decades, clinical trial has become and emerged as a very, very important and dynamic specialty of the medical field. Previously, clinical trials are being only conducted in the developed world, but since last 2 decades, clinical trials are conducted in every part of the world in the developing countries as well. And if we see the dynamics, business dynamics of clinical trial, according to an estimate by the year 2020, it was about $45 billion. And in coming up to 2026, it will be $77 billion industry. So it is a hidden area which needs to be explored. Now coming to the national scenario of the clinical trials. In fact, after the establishment of regulatory authority DRAP in 2013, first and foremost important thing which is required to be done by any clinical trial, it is the regulatory procedures. हमारे पास कोई कानून होना चाहिए. So in 2017, we have our legislation by the biostudy rules, and उसके बाद हमारा एक national scenario start हुआ clinical trial का. And I'm pleased to share with you that these clinical trials in the 4-year time, if we see how it works, so it is not only the regulatory authority. Prime thing is the medical facility where we are going to conduct the trial. It is the expertise of a doctor and researcher. वो होनी चाहिए हमारे पास. Right now, after 2017, there are 80 sites, and we call it trial sites.
Please pay attention. Thank you.
There are 80 trial sites in the Pakistan which are involved in the conduction of the clinical trial. And we can say, आपने बात की शायद भाई के multi-center trial होने चाहिए, multi-country trial होने चाहिए. So just to share with you that because it is a very an ethical job, it's not something very easy, it's a very ethical job. There are 37 clinical trials which have been approved by the regulatory authority of Pakistan and which are being conducted in Pakistan right now. And about of these 37, 27 trials have been already, these are the multi-center, multi-country trial, and these are already being enlisted in the US clinical trial registry as well. And 2 trials are already in the WHO clinical trial, which are related to the COVID vaccine. So it is the national canvas. And another very important point, what is the end point of any clinical trial? endpoint is the approval of that trial or rejection of that trial for a drug. So just to share with all of you that in Pakistan, again referring to the COVID scenario, that we conducted a very large clinical trial of 18,000 subjects of a Chinese vaccine, CanSino Biologics. And Pakistan was one of the major leading site of this very trial. And after this trial, we approved first ever drug product based on the indigenous clinical trial, CanSino. And after our approval, this vaccine was approved in other countries as well. And it was a very regulated trial approved by the Canada as well. So we are on the phase, or we are on the way, our journey of the clinical trial. जैसे कि मैंने पहले शेयर किया कि multi-billion dollar है, लेकिन इस वक्त जो important component है जो last में आपसे share करूंगा, taking advantage of sitting in an academic institution, leading university of the country, the basic thing which is lacking in Pakistan right now, it is the awareness in the medical and pharmacy field about the clinical trial. The graduates, jo yahan, after their graduation, at times they don't know about the clinical trial, how important it is and how we conduct. So my request to all of the students here, to the faculty and to the curriculum devising institutes, that we should review our curriculum and we should incorporate and include all the parameters of clinical trial so that our new generation medical fraternity should understand it and should come into this field. Thank you.
जी बहुत शुक्रिया। ये आपने कहा कि 38 क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स चल रहे हैं, तो ये जो है लोकल ड्रग्स हैं या कि बाहर से?
Okay. There are 37 trials. By and large, local trial इसमें local developed drugs का नहीं है. These are the multi-country, multi-center trial.
अच्छा, we are part of the global.
Exactly, we are part of global trial. If at beginning of anything, especially in the clinical trial, it's very important कि हम पहले से already जो एक process start हो उसका हिस्सा बने. And by encouraging this, like Puram Zaki is here, he is heading a CRO. They run the trial, they build for the trial and see the part, get it. So there's 27 trials right now.
Great. Puram, आप बताइए कि CRO क्या करती है? CRO stands for, a lot of people here do not know what the CRO does and how it helps the clinical trials.
Yeah. So as I told you that we are the missing link. होता क्या था? डॉक्टर से जब आप मिलते हैं तो जैसे we have a lot of patients. अच्छा जी, काम कौन करेगा? डेटा कौन कलेक्ट करेगा? रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल्स कौन कराएगा? कस्टम से क्लियरेंस कौन करेगा? सो ऑल दीज निटी-ग्रिटी डॉक्टर कहे कि मैं तो नहीं कर सकता, मैं आपको पेशेंट देखता हूँ, ही इज एक्सपर्ट और शी इज एक्सपर्ट इन देयर ओन फील्ड. So that is the part Dr. Beth has covered a lot of things that I want to cover. So basically we don't have trained medical personnel in clinical research. हमारे पास अच्छे डॉक्टर हैं, हमारे पास बेस्ट हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, मगर अगर मैं जाऊं कि इन सब में से ICH GCP सर्टिफाइड कितने लोग हैं तो मुझे कोई हाथ नहीं दिखेगा. तो इसके अंदर फिर व्हेन आई वाज स्टार्टिंग द CRO सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज यही था, अनट्रेन्ड पर्सनल. फार्माकोविजिलेंस गाइडलाइन नहीं थी, अब माशाल्लाह वो भी आ गई है. वो एक चैलेंज था कि हमने उसको टेक ओवर इस तरह किया कि वी स्टार्टेड ट्रेनिंग पर्सनल. वी क्रिएटेड जॉइंट वेंचर विद डॉ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हेल्थ साइंसेज to establish the first certified clinical research professional course from Dow University, and then उसको link, ये मैं बात कर रहा हूँ 2007 की, उसको link किया हमने लाहौर, पेशावर और online at that time, और हमने कोई 500 के करीब physicians और professor level associate professor उनको ट्रेन किया. अभी भी हमारी ऑफर हर जगह ये होती है कि whenever we go to an institute like we are here, तो वी ऑफर दिस इंस्टीट्यूट के जी हमसे MOU करें, और MOU में हम पहली चीज़ जो तोहफा देते हैं कि वी स्टार्ट ट्रेनिंग, शॉर्ट कोर्स ICH GCP का. दे जस्ट प्रोवाइड अस द प्लेस, वी ट्रेन देयर पर्सनल सो दे कैन गेट सर्टिफाइड एंड वी कैन ब्रिंग द बिजनेस हियर. बिजनेस जैसे डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा, इससे ह्यूज बिजनेस, ह्यूज पोटेंशियल, मगर उसके कुछ कानून कायदे हैं, सो वो बिजनेस ऐसे नहीं मिल सकता आपको, और इट्स ए वेरी रेगुलेटेड बिजनेस एंड इट्स अ कटिंग एज और कट थ्रोट बिजनेस कह सकते हैं कि वन डे अगर डिले होती है हमें रजिस्ट्रेशन में, इट विल कॉस्ट दैट कंपनी $1 million एंड इट्स नॉट, मैं मुहावरा नहीं बोल रहा, एक्चुअली $1 million लॉस हो जाता है और पेटेंट का एक दिन ज़ाया हो जाता है. So in this way we have very hard work, we have done a lot of hard work to establish few selected sites. So तो CRO का काम यही है कि अगर आपके पास ट्रेन पर्सनल नहीं है, अभी मरूम ताहिर शमसी साहब अभी डेथ हुई उनकी, एंड वेरी गुड एग्जांपल मैं उनको दूंगा कि उनके बाद एक phase 2 ट्रायल आ गया रेयर डिजीज का. उन्होंने कहा खुरम मेरे पास ट्रायल तो आ गया, पेशेंट है, मेरे पास बंदे कोई नहीं. तो आई हैव प्रोवाइडेड देम द ट्रेन पर्सनल, क्लिनिकल ट्रायल यूनिट मैंने फर्स्ट इस्टेब्लिश किया वहाँ पे. बट व्हाट ही डज के ही गेट ट्रेन ऑल देयर पर्सनल, नर्सिंग से लेके ऊपर से नीचे, और उसके बाद हिस्ट्री हो गई कि अब वो फिर PhD करा रहे थे अभी तक, देन स्टार्ट PhD. सो दैट्स द पोटेंशियल ऑफ दिस ट्रायल.
बिल्कुल. तो जो स्टूडेंट्स आप लोग सुन रहे हैं, ये चीज जो सुबह से जो एक कॉमन चीज है इन 3 सेशंस के दरमियान, कि in addition to becoming a doctor, what are the other things that you can look forward to, whether it is artificial intelligence or digitization of the healthcare with the EMR and others, but also this thing that can you be a researcher while you are practicing medicine, while you are seeing patients, can you be, or your clinic can be a site for the clinical trial. So that's where Khurram's company, the CRO company comes in. They will train you so that you can, your practice can become part of a site where you can enroll the patients. So please pay attention. We will be ending definitely in the next 10 minutes. So
just like to add one thing that Dr. Ubaid has mentioned, the largest phase 3 clinical trial in Pakistan, the COVID, excellent example है. हमने उसको study manage किया, 18,000 subjects थे. कोरोना के वक्त जिस वक्त मुल्क जो है वो वैक्सीन को ढूंढ रहे थे, तो गवर्नमेंट पाकिस्तान की बहुत सही स्ट्रेटेजी विद प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, उन्होंने कहा ठीक है जी हम आपका ट्रायल करेंगे, बट वी विल गेट दैट वैक्सीन फर्स्ट. वो डील हुआ. उसके बाद हमने ये 18,000 सब्जेक्ट्स का ट्रायल किया. रैप एक्सलेंट जॉब, NBC एक्सलेंट जॉब, सब ने क्विकली काम किया. साइट्स ट्रेन नहीं थे तो हमने ट्रेन पर्सनल प्रोवाइड कर दिए. वो चाइनीज ऑडिटर ने उसको ऑडिट किया, इंटरनेशनल ऑडिटर उसको ऑडिट कर चुके. पहली दफ़ा से ब्रेक थ्रू हुआ कि इंडिजिनस डेटा से अप्रूवल हुई. अप्रूवल के बाद आई गॉट द सेम वैक्सीन. तो ये जिंदगी में कभी होता है कि आप किसी स्टडी पे काम करें और वो प्रोडक्ट आपको लग भी जाए. तो दैट्स एक्सीलेंट एग्जांपल. और इसमें तकरीबन $8 to 10 million सिर्फ एक ट्रायल से स्पॉन्सर यहाँ पे पाकिस्तान में इन्वेस्ट किया, जिसमें साइट्स पे इन्वेस्टमेंट हुई, AGM फार्मा को, और फिर उसके बाद NIH के साथ उनका डील हुआ. पाक वैक भी टेंसाइनो का ही है, और वो हमें पूरी टेक्नोलॉजी, पूरी तो नहीं मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हो एक तरह. तो हमारे लिए जो एक सेफ्टी है, कि पाकिस्तान के लिए वो सेफ्टी का इशू हो गया था कि आपके पास कोविड वैक्सीन कौन देगा आपको. फाइजर ने मना कर दिया, बट थ्रू दिस एक्टिविटी नेशन वाइड, यानी कि अभी तक आपके पास सस्ता वैक्सीन अवेलेबल होगा.
जी. तो फारूक आप बताइए कि आप किस तरह देखते हैं इस सिनेरियो को.
जी, आई थिंक कोविड वैक्सीन, कोविड एपिडेमिक ने एक रियलाइजेशन जो क्रिएट की है वो ये है कि जो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है दैट मस्ट बी देयर इन ए कंट्री, क्योंकि ये वैक्सीन रिस्पांस टू डिफरेंट पीपल इज डिफरेंट एंड देयर आर सो मैनी वेरिएंट्स आर देयर. तो एज ए कंपनी हम भी एक इंटरनेशनल ट्रायल का पार्ट हैं चाइनीज़ कंपनी ने जो पाकिस्तान में किया, और मेरे ख्याल में इसमें ट्रेनिंग उसी वक्त होगी लोगों की जब क्लिनिकल ट्रायल ज़्यादा होंगे, अदरवाइज ट्रेनिंग जो है वो नहीं होगी. तो हमें जो है वो क्लिनिकल ट्रायल्स को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए एज ए फार्मास्यूटिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और इसी से यहाँ पे जो मैन पावर है वो डेवलप हो सकती है.
तो अभी उबैद साहब, आप बायोलॉजिक्स क्या कुछ देखते हैं कि बायोलॉजिक्स में कोई काम हो रहा है या ट्रायल हो रहा है? और उससे पहले मैं उमर हयात यहाँ बैठे हैं, इनको दावत दूंगा कि आप भी आ जाएं ऊपर, ताकि थोड़ी देर 5 मिनट जो हैं वो आपसे भी, आप अगर आपके जहन में कोई क्वेश्चन है तो वो भी पूछ लें। जी उबैद भाई गए। जी सर, बायोलॉजिक्स के बारे में कुछ बताइए।
In fact, when we talk about the biologics, it's altogether a different dynamics because we are dealing with a living organism mostly in this case.
And students, please give us 10 minutes. 10 minutes of your attention, please. If you have to talk, please go outside. You don't have to be here. Principal Vice Chancellor Umar is not here, so you can easily leave if you have to talk.
In fact, we were discussing about the biologics, and dynamics of biologics is altogether different because we are dealing with a living organism, and it's always very important to talk about the biologics because according to WHO, by the year 2030, approximately 20% of all therapies will be biologics based. So it's very important aspect. And when we talk about the clinical trial of biologics, जैसे बायोलॉजिक्स सेंसिटिव हैं वैसे उसका क्लिनिकल ट्रायल भी एज उतना ही क्रिटिकल होता है और उसका इंपॉर्टेंस होता है। अगर हम उसका फेजेस देखें, ऑलमोस्ट इट्स ऑफ द सेम फेज 1 to 3 फेज फॉर द ट्रायल अप्रूवल, but the sensitivity of the trial and ethics of the trial is altogether a different one. And if we see the biologics development, so national scenario में तो right now none of our company is moving towards the manufacturing of biologics and then clinical trial definitely from the scratch. But again, taking the benefit of, rather we can say the light at the end of tunnel, if we see about the COVID, there are now two scenarios by which we are coming nationally. One is the trial which is being conducted by NIH, and CanSino will be manufactured in Pakistan, and definitely clinical trial will be done. And another very important development, it is the Moderna vaccine. In fact, one of our company is in discussion and dialogue with the Moderna company for the manufacturing of Moderna mRNA vaccine in Pakistan, and definitely clinical trial will be conducted in Pakistan. But in most of case, clinical trial for the biologics is, because I have already shared, it's not an easy one. So we are right now facing shortage of the expertise of the biologics clinical trial experts. So we are right now, being a regulatory authority, we are interacting with the Moderna as well. We are interacting with them, we are discussing with them what sort of clinical trial and approval requirements do you need from the regulatory authority to come up with up to the international level. But I hope that in coming 2 years, we will have sufficient HR and trial sites as well for the conduction of the clinical trial as well.
Let me ask Umar, do you have, Umar is a scientist and chemical engineer or pharmaceutical engineer. So do you have question for our panel?
I will start more asking the question to probably the audience. These are young doctors. Can you imagine how many clinical trials are currently ongoing in the world? So if I tell you that's a 400,000 clinical trials ongoing. And who normally had those clinical trials? It's the doctors. So one of the key position in any pharmaceutical industry is the chief medical officer. And that's where the breakthroughs are. It's not just seeing the patients or doing the procedures you make the impact on the society, but especially the innovative sciences, the breakthroughs, the clinical trials. Can somebody guess how much a clinical trial will cost? So phase 2 trial normally costs somewhere around $30 million. Phase 3 trial can cost even larger, I mean, depending upon the disease and so forth. So my request to you is please take the interest. It's a gap in Pakistan, and our doctors become literally I personally believe you gain more knowledge, more learn about the sciences when you are studying, but when you go out in the field, you literally become just seeing the patients on day-to-day basis. So to keep yourself scientifically and intellectually challenged, and that's the area I think where we should move forward. So my question, especially when it comes to the panelists, is like clinical trials. I mean, 37 versus out of the 400,000, it's still negligible. What it means is there is a lot of opportunity. So if you look at the prevalence of the disease in Pakistan, pick any area, whether it's a cardiovascular or whether it's a hepatitis or diabetics. So there is a prevalence of disease is enormous. The second point I always make is the doctors we have, they're highly qualified, they're foreign trained. So all components which we need to conduct a clinical trial, we have in Pakistan. What we need is to orchestrate, like the regulatory body like DRAP. I think that would be my question. We need to bring the regulations. We need to create the sites, like the organizations like Dimensions, they need to take the role, because it's a bidding process. So you will have to bid for a trial. And if you can show that your enrollment would be fast, you have the prevalence of the disease, then you can take that.
Khurram has some comments.
I'd just like to remove a misconception जो women आता है कि पैसे नहीं हैं. So Pakistan pharmaceutical market is a $2.3 billion market every year, and it's termed as a farm-emerging market. Farm-emerging market means more than 10% growth है पिछले 10-15 साल से. So pharmaceutical has a $2.3 billion. उनकी जो marketing expenses हैं, अगर OPEX लगा लें, वो उसमें से आप तकरीबन 20 to 30% OPEX होता है marketing का. So because उनके ऊपर कोई pressure नहीं है, या वो फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हैं गाइडलाइंस को, तो इस वजह से वो जो 20-30% जो मार्केटिंग है वो सारा किस पे खर्च हो रहा है, ये ले जाना है, लाना है, कॉन्फ्रेंस है और सम अदर थिंग्स. सो अगर इनको इनफैक्ट फार्माकोविजिलेंस गाइडलाइंस की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बाद भी ड्रैप अगर उनसे क्वेश्चन करती है तो उनका मेडिकल डिपार्टमेंट एक आदमी पे मुश्तमिल होता है, और उनकी जो उनको देयर इज नो इंसेंटिव फॉर देम. बेसिकली उनकी भी वो इशू नहीं है. आप अगर इंडिया की मार्केट को हमारी जैसी है तो उसको हमने देखे हैं 15-20 साल पहले. तो दे व्हाट दे हैव डन, उन्होंने टैक्स एग्जेम्पशन किया 10 साल का. जैसी टैक्स एग्जेम्पशन का क्लिनिकल रिसर्च या रिसर्च के ऊपर जो मल्टीनेशनल थी उसने भी अपनी सीआरओ खोल ली, और एक दफ़ा जब उन्होंने ट्रायल करने शुरू कर दिए तो कहना ये आप तो सस्ते भी हैं और क्वालिटी भी अच्छी है. सारी एस्पेक्ट्स हमारे, इनफैक्ट मेरी जॉब छोड़ने का वो था कि मेरे जो काउंटर पार्ट इंडियंस थे, दे हैव ओपन अप कंपनीज, sell the companies multiple time, got billionaires. और मेरी एक्सपेक्टेशन ये थी कि हमने खोलने के बाद बहुत सारी कंपनियां खोलेंगे, मगर स्टिल राइट नाउ 4-5 जो है वो रजिस्टर्ड हैं इस वक्त ड्रैप के साथ, जो कि पैथेटिक बेसिकली. ऑफ कोर्स वी आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग कोवांस, वी आर रिप्रेजेंटिंग क्वेंटा, बट स्टिल वो जो प्रेशर, जो एक रेगुलेटरी प्रेशर से भी चाहिए, ये आपको जो लिखा है वो करके तो दें, सिंपल दैट.
तो आप क्या चैलेंज देखते हैं खुर्रम के, किस तरह इसको इंक्रीज किया जाए? 4-5 जो आपके पास हैं या 37-38 पाकिस्तान में है, वो किस तरह ज्यादा होंगे?
तो देखा मैंने बिजनेस, आई जस्ट सेड के हमारे पास लोग नहीं, तो सबसे पहले हमने जब ये सारी चीज एक दूसरे से इंटरलिंक्ड है. मेरे पास ट्रायल आया, ट्रायल 10,000 से लेके 18,000 पे चला गया, तो मुझे अचानक मुझे अपनी फील्ड को 30 कर देनी पड़ी. तो 30 भी अलग गया और फुल टाइम पे एक प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर. जब चाइनीज से वर्किंग बड़ी अच्छी बात है कि चाइनीज डेटा को चाइनीज उनकी जो रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी ने अप्रूव किया, और चाइना में जो रजिस्ट्रेशन हुई है, दैट्स पार्ट ऑफ दिस डेटा, बट मेनली दिस डेटा. ये एक ऐसी चीज हो गई कि चाइनीज कंपनीज आनी शुरू हो गई यहाँ पे. चाइना का इंडिया से इशू हो गया है तो चाइना इंडिया नहीं जाएगा, उनको पेटेंट और बाकी इशू, तो चाइना पाकिस्तान है. मगर पाकिस्तान में उसकी एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या थी चाइनीज कंपनी की? वो कहते थे कि वैक्सीन स्टडी, पहली बात ये हेल्थी इंडिविजुअल्स में होती है, ये पेशेंट में नहीं होती. तो हमारे सबसे पहले इशू आ गया कि जी रिक्रूटमेंट कैसे होगी. तो अगर वैक्सीन बहुत बड़ी स्टडीज होती है, सो रिक्रूटमेंट का इशू ये जो रिजॉल्व करना, बेसिकली पीपल लाइक अस, हमें जो है वो एज ए कंसल्टेंट आपको रिकग्नाइज करना पड़ेगा हेल्थ केयर इंस्टीट्यूट, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को, कि हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सर्विस दे रहे हैं, हम आपकी हेल्प करने को तैयार हैं कि आप बजट कैसे बनाएं, क्योंकि बजट में लोग फेल हो गए, बजट का बीच में खत्म हो गया, वो इश्यूज आ रहे थे, इसलिए कि नो कंसल्टेंट वाज देयर। तो हम उनको फ्री सर्विस दे रहे हैं कि आप हमसे MOU कर लें, ना भी करें, वी आर हियर टू हेल्प यू बिकॉज वी आर एक्सपेंडिंग आवर बिजनेस बाय हेल्पिंग यू। तो हमारे से हेल्प करें, हम आपके लोगों को ट्रेन करेंगे, हम आपके लोगों को, और रैप के साथ हमारा चोली दामन का साथ है, और पॉजिटिव वे में कि रैप के साथ मिलके हम उनकी जो चीज़ें हैं हमको बताते हैं कि जी फलाना आदमी बगैर अप्रूवल के ट्रायल कर रहा है, तो ताकि वो इस चीज़ को भी एक होता है कि जब ये इंडस्ट्री एक्सपेंड होती है तो इलीगल एक्टिविटीज भी शुरू हो सकती हैं, तो दैट आल्सो नीड टू बी
Right, obviously, the regulation is the
I
main
would like
one.
to take one
Yeah.
question, especially for doctors. I think one point I want to make to the young doctors is there are the trials the doctors can initiate on their own, what we call the investigator-initiated trials. So those are the trials, for example, if they want to evaluate a drug for any off-label indication or they believe the combination they can use, these are the trial they can start themselves and they can be done at the small scale. So I think that's of the direct interest of the doctors. And there are a lot of opportunities where it's not, the physician is not just to see the patients and do the procedures, they can make a much bigger impact. So I just want to say this point, the doctors on their own, just from their office, having the understanding of the patient population or disease, they can initiate their own trials as well.
Gee, that's a good point. So any last comment before we conclude this session, Ubaidullah?
In fact, as we discussed, clinical trial is an emerging field. So in Pakistan as well. So every partner and every player of this field needs to really work hard. If I'm a regulator, then there are some obligations on me as well. कि मेरे पास जो भी trial आता है, I must dispose of that trial in certain period of time, because as shared by Mr. Khurram, कि जो everyday cost, so predictability on the part of regulatory authority is very important. At the same time, when we talk about the CRO, now regulatory ethics is one thing and the medical ethics is another thing. Following of ethics by CRO, compliance to the guidelines of national and international is very important, because I have seen many trials in other countries as well, जो कि stop इस वजह से हो गए कि CRO has not followed the ethics. So important point is the ethics from the CRO and the medical fraternity. And again, I will reiterate the point of the upgradation of the curriculum. It's very important because our curriculum is right now touches this clinical trial part very less. And as we are saying, that is an emerging field, and doctors or pharmacists must know that what is a clinical trial, what are the dynamics of this very profession, and how it goes on. So इसमें important ये है कि जो हमारा Pakistan Medical Commission है, we have already interacted with PMC and Pharmacy Council as well to upgrade their curriculum and include those provisions and those points which are related to the clinical trial in their curriculum, so that the young people who are in the field or who are in the education, they know the importance of clinical trial and they can come to this clinical trial business and their dynamics easily. So it's important from my point of view.
There's a question from the audience. Faiza, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for such a thought-provoking and interesting discussion. And considering the scarce resources that we have available over here, human as well as the monetary resources, like the myth that we do not have that enough. And it's really interesting to know that we have all the resources available. It's only how to synchronize them. I have been working as a head of research at Rawalpindi Medical University, and the interesting fact, and I'm also visiting research fellow for the University of Law. I just want to know that there is for the CPSP requisition, and there a number of doctors are conducting randomized control trial in all the cadres and in all the departments of medicine in various universities as requisitions for their MD, for their CPSP. And what we need to do is that there is, scant training in clinical trials. So we do need to collaborate, and it's really, interesting to know that there are platforms with which we can collaborate and to ensure the quality. So how can we proceed in that respect?
Right. So you're saying that the RMU can be a site, and Khurram's company can maybe collaborate and train the people. Khurram?
मैं सिर्फ एक थोड़ा सख्त जुमला होगा। देखिए, जो CPSP जो हमारे जो डॉक्टर्स की जो रिसर्च है, वो ज्यादातर रिसर्च ये पुराना डेटा उठाएं, उसकी एक पेपर बनाएं और उसको पब्लिश कर दें। उनकी जो रिसर्च ज्यादा जो पढ़ाई भी जाती है वो है कि स्टैटिस्टिकल पोर्शन क्या है, प्रोटोकॉल का। हम जो बात कर रहे हैं वो ICH GCP गाइडलाइंस की है, जो कि इंटरनेशनल गाइडलाइन है, जो कि एटलीस्ट वो अपना हिस्सा बना लें। हम तो कहते हैं आप लोग बना लें, ताकि एक्सपोज हो जाएं और उसको फिर अंडरस्टैंड करें कि इस प्रोटोकॉल की मतलब क्रेडिबिलिटी है। प्रोटोकॉल जो आप बना रहे हैं वो भी ICH GCP गाइडलाइन के तहत बना रहे हैं। अभी तक जो आपको प्रोटोकॉल मिलते हैं जो हमारे डॉक्टर्स बना रहे होते हैं, इसलिए कि उनको नहीं ट्रेन किया गया। और हमारी जो क्लिनिकल रिसर्च है वो प्रोटोकॉल बना हुआ आता है, आपने उसको फॉलो करना होता है। यहाँ पर ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमें मसला बन जाता है कि डॉक्टर कहते हैं नहीं जी ये तो हमारी प्रैक्टिस तो ये है, हमने ऐसे करना है। नहीं, आपने प्रोटोकॉल को फॉलो करना है। तो दैट्स दीज आर दी समथिंग। तो जो हम चाहते हैं कि फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हम चाह रहे हैं, वी आर ओपन, आप हमको बुलाएं, वी विल गिव यू शॉर्ट ट्रेनिंग ऑफ 3 days, even 1 day exposure, so you can understand के what we are talking about. So that's the main issue. The starting point is this like that.
तो आप क्या समझते हैं कि एक सेल होना चाहिए यहाँ पे RMU में, जहाँ पे वो अगर कल को ट्रायल, तो ये हॉस्पिटल में होगा या यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी में होगा?
ट्रायल तो हॉस्पिटल में होता है, उसके साथ और ये ट्रेनिंग और उसको हमने प्रैक्टिकल बनाने ज्वाइंट वेंचर के बाद हम बिल्कुल कॉस्ट करने से तो ये हो कि हम लोग सस्टेन कर सकें और डॉग को कुछ पैसे कम। मगर अनफॉर्चुनेटली क्या हुआ कि डॉग का क्लिनिकल ट्रायल यूनिट का वाहिद एक्टिविटी यही हो गई कि वो 10 लाख रुपए 3 महीने बाद कमा लेते थे और उनका कि शायद यही सबसे कमाल है, हालांकि उसका मकसद कुछ और था। सो दीज आर द थिंग्स दैट वी वांट देम टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आप इसके बाद हमने प्रोजेक्ट बना के लेके आना है या प्रोजेक्ट में आपको इन्वॉल्व करना था, बट वो नहीं हो सका। उनकी एथिक्स कमेटी डेवलप नहीं हो सकी। यहाँ पर अगर एथिक्स कमेटी के पास आप अप्रूवल के लिए दें तो वो क्या करते हैं, वो एथिक्स को छोड़ के आपके प्रोटोकॉल पे कमेंट शुरू कर देते हैं, आपके बहुत सारी चीजें दूसरे इश्यूज आ जाते हैं। सो दीज आर थिंग, एथिक्स कमेटी को ट्रेन करना, उस माइंडसेट को बनाना कि जी इससे बिजनेस, तो बिजनेस की तरह से उसको रिसर्च अयाशी नहीं है और क्लिनिकल ट्रायल हरगिज़ भी अयाशी नहीं है। सो इट्स ए बिजनेस, सो वी हैव टू ट्रीट देम लाइक इट।
चलें, ठीक है। चलें, I will invite Merit Chair Dr. Danish to give the shield, but we'll take last question.
I am Professor Lubna Jas, Dean of Statistics and Gynecology. We are very fortunate that here in RMU there is a full course of research which are being taught to the undergrads, and our Vice Chancellor takes a lot of pain to even train the faculty. So there are CHR and CHPE different courses. I think if you will collaborate with our university with different clinical departments, you will find that the environment is much more favorable. That is my comment, and you can try that.
We are open to it. We have already offered free of cost activities here.
Thank you very much. As Professor Lubna has just informed, we have developed a CTU at Rawalpindi Medical University, and our Department of Medicine and Infectious Disease has been registered by DRAB as a clinical trial site. So we are in the direction which you have been facing us, and we'll be very obliged if you please continue with this.
I will love to have interaction, and मेरा हमारा ऑफिस यहाँ पे इस्लामाबाद में एस्टेब्लिश हो चुका है, so maybe next meeting आप आपके साथ
आप इनके email वगैरह ले लें, exchange after this contact information so that you can be in contact. So Dr. Danish, please come, अपना Merit Chair, so that we can distribute some shields as a thank you note to our panelists, and that would be the conclusion of our session. Dr. Ubaidullah Malik. Yeah, एक मिनट. The Farooq Mustafa. Khurram Zaki Khan. Dr. Umar Hayat. I really appreciate our worthy panelists for a great session. And also thank you for the students and audience for being patient with us and learning. I hope that you find this interesting, that how many different fields are out there where you can combine your clinical knowledge once you become a doctor. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.